and the twilight is gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon spur, singing out, yeah, through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the cup.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
The morning show built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros. Boy, they're busy. I talked to Jeff, the owner, for a while yesterday. Resto Pros is there for a lot of people. A lot of people have needed them. We always tell you they're there when you need them. Resto Pros, MidlandsSC.com. The Barndo Co. builds dream homes all across the Carolinas, and they're as busy as ever as well. That's why they keep adding locations. Head to the barndoco.com, and you can build your dream home today as well. It is 10 o'clock. It is Wednesday, March the 5th, and we're keeping an eye on the weather. I know some of you have already had this come through, and many of you are, wait till you get here, Will, like us, getting the late night text that school has been canceled today because of wind. So our kids are running around the house, and when I get off the air, I'll go down before I eat my avocado for lunch and clean up after them. But all that said, we'll have some fun between now and then. That is Wil Crowe, big leaguer Wil Crowe, right-hander, 106, Sam Dyson style, 106 from the right-hand side. Actually, no, Dyson said he would throw 110 when he was a freshman at Carolina. I was like, Dyson, you're never going to throw 110. Why would you say something so stupid? But, you know, Will can run up there around 100. And he'll run about 100 miles an hour with us over the next hour. Alex Jones will be here in about 15 minutes or so to talk about what happened last night. Carolina falls short. Had Georgia on the ropes, couldn't get it done. Gamecock baseball did. They beat Davidson. We'll talk about that, certainly. They'll be in the Low Country tonight to take on the Citadel Bulldogs at Riley Park. And coming up at 11 today, For all you football freaks and fanatics, Brad Crawford will be here. And Brad has been causing a stir on Twitter. He is wholeheartedly defending Lenore Sellers in this comparison to DJ Lagway. And he has also presented the question about 2030. Which ACC programs would be most valuable to the SEC? Talked to him about some of that, some of the over-unders from Bet Online. We've got some interesting notes on that, by the way. He boldly predicted Alabama will win the SEC in 2025, so we'll run the gamut. Shane Beamer yesterday was on Capitol Hill, and we'll talk about some of that with Brad as well. So it's a full boat. Careful out there with all the weather stuff. Hey, Will.
How are you?
Well, you know, I'm all right. I'm all right. You know, we'll get to basketball with Alex. Carolina, as I mentioned, you know, falls short last night, and they will be the 16 seed in the SEC tournament. There was a huge upset. We mentioned it yesterday. Could it happen? It did. A&M over Auburn, 83-72, and the Tigers probably still staring the number one overall seed in the face, but A&M was really struggling coming into the ballgame. They'd lost 4 straight. It's a good way to break your streak, beat the number one team in the land on your home court. So they did that last night. How about Texas going into Starkville? Texas on the bubble, and they take down the Bulldogs of Mississippi State 87-82. It was a pretty crazy night in SEC hoops. So we're going to get to all that here in just a little bit, but because we have our baseball guy on, we'll lead off with the Gamecocks 7-3 win over Davidson last night. Pretty much nobody at the ball game, which is whatever. And they'll head to Charleston tonight. You know, I don't think they look good last night either, Will, coming off of the Clemson series. I thought offensively they actually looked pretty sluggish to me. I know that they're dealing with some injury stuff. Boy, I hope Talmadge Leak-Roy's okay, and I'm going to tell you why here in a second. Kennedy Jones, I think there's some hope that he'll be in there this weekend. If not, they should be able to beat Morehead State without him, you'd think. But you're going to need him in the SEC. Dalton Mayshore is having an MRI just to confirm that he's going to be all right. And once they can get those guys back, they're going to have to get them going. But, you know, look, you know, a midweek win is a midweek win. Sometimes you lose. You've been here, Will. Hey, Winthrop almost knocked off 25th ranked Oklahoma State last night in Stillwater. Oklahoma State held on to win the game 3-2.
Florida lost.
Yeah, Florida got beat. Florida got 10 run ruled by UCF.
Yeah.
You know, UTSA went into College Station and beat A&M. A&M's got all sorts of issues to start the season. They lost again last night to a team that they should beat. You know, so these things happen, and at the end of the day, you win and you move on. But man, I'll tell you what, I will, going back to what we saw this weekend in Clinton, they're better than this offensively. I know that. I'm not telling people that just to make you believe something that isn't true. They are better than this offensively. I'm telling you, they're better than this. I've seen it. You've seen it, Will. We've all seen it. They're better than what they've shown these last 4 games. But sometimes you get into these ruts and it's a plague. You know, it's like nobody knows how to solve it. It's a math equation. Everybody's like, I don't know. And everybody starts pressing. They start putting pressure on themselves. I was watching Petrie swing last night. You can tell he was throwing some extra pressure on himself, and he's an All-American. He's a founder. So hope maybe tonight's the night where they can kind of snap out of this deal and start to kind of move back forward the way they were doing prior to. But it's been rough, to say the least, offensively the last 4 ball games.
Yeah, it's been it's been tough. You know, I think one of the most popular things that people talk about when hitting is contagious. You know, when you're putting up 10, 12 runs a game, you're hitting 15, 18 hits a game, whatever it may be, everyone's chomping at the bit to get to the on-deck circle and get up there in the batter's box. And when it's not going that way, everyone's kind of a little, hey, like, we're not feeling it. We're not doing good. And like you said, you get 3 or 4 guys aren't swinging it great, and then the bottom of the order feels the pressure, and then it all compounds and it all stacks against each other. So, like you said, the team is better than what they're showing right now. We know that. We're definitely getting some injury plague and having to play some guys more than we probably expected to leading into opening weekend. But I do want to say, this weekend wasn't good. It wasn't pretty at all. And I understand everyone's not happy about it. But I will say this. If you fast forward, all right, we're 3 weeks in, right? 3 weekends in. We're, 10-3. If you look at it from my perspective, and this is where I'm looking at it, because if you fast forward to week 15 and we're going to the SEC tournament and we stay on this trajectory, we're averaging 1 loss a week.
Yeah.
Okay. Now 3 were in the biggest series so far. And, it hurts because it's the in-state rival, and I get it. But it's a very small sample size. And did they put it on us for 3 days and we didn't hit very well? Yeah, that's very true. But it's early. We have a very good offensive team. Even last night, we didn't hit the ball well. But you take away 1 pitch and we win 7-0. It's not even a game, right? They hit a 3-run homer. So now, correct me, right? That's it was 3-run homer, right? Yeah, right. It's one. That's what I thought. Making sure I didn't miss one.
No,
but so we pitched the ball well last night. We produced 7 runs. I mean, it wasn't the most aggressive 7 runs. It was a sluggish 7 runs, but we did produce 7 runs. And I think Monty last week said if you can score 8 runs, you win 90% of the time. So we're 1 run off that. I mean, last night wasn't pretty, but it did the job. And you're just hoping for that spark. And that's all we're looking for right now is you're going to get 1 or 2 guys. And it could be Kazmar. That homer last night, and I think he had another base hit, maybe 2 more base hits. It could get him going. And you need 1 guy. It doesn't take the full team. You need 1 guy that sparks it, that shows up, and it creates a little energy. And then the whole team just follows in. And I think that's what we need. It's just 1 little thing to go our way, and the whole domino effect is going to start happening.
Yeah, Kazmar, for what it's worth, going back to the it'd be the second. No, I can't be right. Yeah, the Saturday game. So in his last 2 games, Kazmar is 3 for his last 4 at the plate with a home run. So, you'll give him certainly some credit there. I think watching him play short last night, just understanding how these things work, Will, I think that he has put a lot of pressure on himself to perform offensively. And I think that defensively it's gotten to him a little bit. He's a really, really talented shortstop. And he last night, he quite frankly looked pretty terrible. Nolan Araki had booted one last night. He's an average second baseman. So they're not elite up the middle, but they're better than what they showed. This team, these are the things, not to be negative. I think B by now. I'm pretty positive about everything. These are the things that if they carry over into the Clemson series, or which they've already played, of course, or SEC, that's going to get you beat because they can't. They're not. I'm saying they're better than what they've shown offensively, but they're not elite offensively. Now they're going to have some days in SEC play where you're going to go, well, where's this offense been all year? Where they're going to bang around 8-10 runs and have 12-14 hits. It's going to happen. It'll happen somewhere. It might happen against Oklahoma. I don't know, but they'll have their day. That's good. That's going to happen. But you're not going to get that every day. And so they're going to have to continue to pitch and play defense. And if the defense isn't there and you're not hitting, there's no reason for you to be in the lineup. You might as well give someone else a chance. So, for as streaky as Kazmar has kind of been to open the season, and again, he's a better hitter than this, Naraki really hasn't swung it well at all throughout the large majority of the year. They're going to start to open the door to bring guys in like Will Tippett and to bring guys in like Jordan Carrion who can play defense. And, they're going to do some things offensively. The power is not necessarily going to be there for a guy like Carrion, but maybe he can do some little things, the hit and runs and the bunts and all those things that can kind of get things moving along, Will. So All I'm saying here is, maybe about a week ago, I thought they were beginning to really, truly get some answers. And I do think that they got some. But I also think over the last 5 days, some guys have kind of cracked that door open with SEC play just around the corner. And they're going to start to see some issues with playing time if they don't get some things buttoned up pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's some definite cracks in the door where guys are getting some more playing time. We're going to get some more opportunities. And, I think talking with you and talking with Monty and, hearing some things that Coach Maneri is saying is they aren't going to play bad fundamental baseball. They're not going to. He's not going to allow it. He's not going to allow someone to be, even if a guy's hitting, 270 or 280, if he's clunking up the defensive side of the ball and making it tough for us to get 3 outs every inning, they're not going to play. They're gonna get sat. They're gonna DH, or they're gonna pinch hit. They're not gonna be in the field. And I think that is a staple to what we are teaching. We are saying we're going to do is we're going to pitch and we're going to play defense. The hitting's going to come. We're going to score enough runs, but we're going to pitch and play defense. And the big thing for me, I love that, because look in the playoffs. Look at the teams who win it all. Look at the teams in the MLB who go on to win the whole thing. They pitch and play defense. They don't give out extra outs. They don't give up extra runs. You never see teams that win the World Series giving up 3 and 4 unearned runs in a 7-game series or in a game itself. So pitching and playing defense is a staple in winning baseball. And I think Maneri is going to preach it, provide it, and keep putting it on the field no matter what it costs. And I think we probably only have 2 bats in the lineup right now that could be clunkers, and it's your All-American, and he's doing a really good job at a new position, I think. And then your leadoff guy, your Hall. You're not taking his bat right now. You're not taking him out of the lineup, but he plays. His defense is exceptional. So it's 2 guys you're probably not gonna have to worry about all year.
Yeah, you would hope not. The biggest concern I have, I think those guys again in the middle are, a little bit better than what they're showing. I mean, I don't know that Naraki's an elite second baseman, but we'll see what happens there. The catching position is going to be something. Man, I fractured my thumb as a catcher. Okay, now mine was the left and his was the right, or is the right. Let's just hope that this thing is going to be okay for him to be able to get out there and continue to play ball, because they've started 4 catchers in 13 games. 4 catchers in 13 games. That is not normal. It's not usual. It's not, all these guys are necking. He's trying to figure out who his catcher can be. Point blank. I mean, there's nothing really else to talk about here. You either have a catcher or you don't have a catcher, Will. So, Talmadge is their catcher, but if he's banged up, I don't think they know what the answer is. And that's certainly going to be a major concern moving forward.
Yeah, I think it hurts me to say this because I am the pitcher, but that guy behind the dish is the most important person on the field. And there is you can see the leadership, the comfortability, everything that comes with a good catcher when Talmadge is back there. And, we really hope that, this isn't anything long-term and, we can get him back out there because, offensively, he's a couple, feet away from being one of our best hitters. He's obviously a leader. He's been through this league, multiple years now. And that's something you can't take away. And, I think I said it 2 weeks ago early on. I thought he was our MVP just by the way he was holding together our pitchers, swinging the bat, hitting the ball hard. That's one thing that I watch from a outside perspective is if you're hitting the ball hard and it's going at people, at the end of the day, the law of averages is going to work itself out. So he was hitting the ball hard, just really dominating a new position and really taking, the leadership role. You could see it. And I think he's a huge part of our team. I think he's a huge part of the success of our team. And that's not just defensively and things. That's in the clubhouse, I think. And really, really hoping for I think Maneri's sake too, is, you know, he's trying to find who that backup is, but he knows, you know, Talmadge is our guy, and we really need him on the field to be where we want to be come, you know, SEC tournament end of the year.
Yep, there's no question. Hopefully Talmadge is okay. He's a good kid. He's worked hard. And I agree with you. If he had a couple other balls fall this year, I thought he'd have a big series against Clemson. He did on Friday night. And then, of course, you know, as things happened throughout the weekend where he couldn't go anymore. So we'll see. Carolina's in the Low Country tonight to take on the Bulldogs. Gamecocks have won 4 in a row, but the last trip here was a 1-run tight one. We were at that game last year, Will, as you know, 4-3. Carolina survives against the Citadel. The previous trip, Gamecocks came to town and walked the dog on them, 13-2. Prior to that, they lost. The Citadel upended them 4-3 here, and the games prior to that were close. A 4-run game that got away from the Dogs late in 2021, and the game before that was also a 1-run victory for South Carolina. So it's a challenge when they come down here and play the Citadel. They're going to have to lace them up and go get them tonight if they want to get their 11th win of the season. The Dogs coming off of that, they had a big weekend against Yale, so they're hoping to maybe surprise some folks tonight at Riley Park. It's 10:22, so we need to hit a quick timeout here. But Alex Jones will join us. We'll continue the baseball conversation when he gets here. We'll also talk some South Carolina basketball. Gamecocks fall last night to Georgia. Brad Crawford coming up at 11. That's Will. I'm JB. We'll be right back.
It's gone!
That ball is going to be out of here!
Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Deep drive to left. Morgan looks up and it is gone.
That one is a problem.
That ball rid to right and deep and gone. Swinging a drive. Left field, way back and gone.
All right, it's 10:25. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show. Now, look at this. Look at this. You see that? You see that, Will?
Oh,
You know where you get this? Gamecock Traditions. Finally got it in the mail the other day. Isn't that sweet? Sweet.
That is a nice shirt. I got to get me one of those.
Let me talk to my guy. I'll talk to my guy and see if I can send you one. Will, have you ever been to Hampton County, South Carolina?
I have not. I don't think so.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. This is the pride of Hampton County, South Carolina. Alex Jones. What's up, brother?
What's up? How y'all doing? It's good to be back with you guys.
Yeah, it's Will, is it raining at your house? It is coming down over here.
It is dark and the trees are shaking and it's on the way. So
yeah, it's
close.
Cow, another cow. Anybody name that movie?
Twister, maybe.
Twister.
Yeah, I was gonna say Twister. Yeah,
Twister. Alex, I don't even know if you were born when the original Twister came out. Were you?
I was born in '98.
Shoot, when was the original Twister? 19. It might have been 98. 97, 90, 96, 96. I think it was 96. 96.
96.
Yeah. So you weren't.
No.
Oh man. Great. Just stay young as long as you can, my man. 96. I have not seen the new Twister. Can you believe
I haven't either.
I haven't either.
They hyped that thing up. They put out an awesome soundtrack for it. I think Luke Combs had a bunch of songs on it.
Mm-hmm.
Still haven't seen the dadgum thing. Maybe I'll what's today? Wednesday? What do we have tonight after Carolina baseball? Anything? Maybe I'll watch it tonight. I'll sit up in my recliner and just, decompress. All right, Alex. We'll come back to baseball here in just a second. But we will ask Alex if the actual pride of Hampton County is Terrell Cleland. Who's that?
Say it again.
Terrell Cleland. You know Terrell Cleland?
Oh yeah, I do. Yep.
Is he the actual pride of Hampton County?
We go with it. Yeah.
Oh man, you're going to give up that title to Terrell Cleland?
We'll see. I'll talk to him about it.
I wouldn't do that if I was you. I mentioned last night the Aggies up in the top-ranked Auburn Tigers in College Station. Texas went to Starkville 87-82 in overtime there. And Arkansas had like 1 point at halftime against South Carolina the other night, but they scored 90 in Nashville last night and beat Vanderbilt. This league, I'm telling you what now. Georgia and the Gamecocks played at the Colonial Life Arena. And Alex, when they got the steal and the alley-oop and pulled within a couple of points, you thought, well, it could happen again. But it didn't. Georgia pulls away 73-64 in the second half and finalize Carolina's plans for the SEC tournament. They will enter as the final number 16. Georgia probably all but secured now to be in the postseason. Colin Murray Boyles with another big night. 5 of 11 from the floor, 13 of 18 from the charity strike, 24 points. He just continues to rack up the NBA interest. But you were at the ball game. Give us your thoughts and takeaways.
Yeah, I think the first half South Carolina just kind of dug itself a hole that ended up being too big to get out of. They as you mentioned, they kind of battled back there middle of the first or second half, and got it down to 2 points, but then just a couple of kind of little things and key plays made the difference to let Georgia kind of run away with it. They got it down to 2 and then had an opportunity to grab a rebound and take it the other way. But then, Georgia got the offensive rebound and immediately hit a 3. And I think that was one of the, moments of the game. And one of the things with the game is, the guard play for Georgia was just really, really good last night. Silas Demery, one of the best players in the SEC. He ended up with 16 points, 7 of 13 from the field, but then also added in 8 rebounds and 4 assists. And then, Blue Kane, he's a guy who can really get going from 3 and hit 2 big ones in that stretch that kind of pushed it away from South Carolina. South Carolina worked its way back a little bit, but that stretch there where, Georgia and Blue Kane kind of got to go and really, I think kind of put the game away. And, when you look at the stats, South Carolina, if you would have told me that South Carolina hits 10 threes in a game while Georgia hits 5, and then also South Carolina only turned the ball over 5 times, I'd probably tell you South Carolina's got a good chance to win. But, South Carolina hitting those 10 threes, but only made 19 field goals in total. I think that just kind of, Georgia did a really good job in the paint for the most part. Obviously, Colin Murray Boyles got his part, got his points, but, I thought Georgia did a really good job controlling the rebounding battle. Winning about a margin of 14. And then also another thing was really the bench for Georgia. Outscored South Carolina 24-9. So it just ended up being Georgia was just a little bit too much for South Carolina last night on senior night.
Yeah, Gamecocks hit 10 from long range, which It just seems that if it's not one thing, it's another. I mean, they only turned it over 5 times, Alex, and 10 3-pointers. Those have been major flaws for this team this year, and clearly they kind of righted the ship in both categories last night. But you could tell that Georgia was really going to do everything they could to not allow a bunch of shots in the paint. So you shoot 10 of 23 from long range, but you only hit 19 shots, meaning you only hit 9 shots all night that counted for 2 points. So it's
we might have lost him for a second.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll pick up for him. I think for what I think or what I see from that is, we shot similar amount of free throws, so it's not like they killed us in that side. But I mean, how does that happen? How does that happen? And what can we do, or what could they do better on that end to where we can see the ball go down?
Yeah, they were a little bit better about it in the second half, but I think a lot of it too, and Lamont Paris and the players mentioned this afterwards, was you got to give some credit to Georgia. They hit a lot of tough shots. I mean, there were a lot of contested shots at Georgia, maybe around the free throw line or some hook shots in the paint that they got to go. And I mean, that's kind of what they do. They've been really good about that all year, and they made some tough shots, but at the same time, there was also some mistakes that South Carolina gave some open shots. I mean, 2 of those threes that were key 3-pointers by Blue Kane. I mean, it was coming off an offensive rebound. One of them, he was wide open, and credit to them. I mean, when they had the open shots, they took advantage of it, made them, and that's really kind of in that second half what made the difference that allowed Georgia to win.
Yeah, I was tuning in when I think we got it down to 4 maybe, and that was when that 3-pointer maybe it was 2 at that point when he made that 3, but I saw the offensive rebound. And I thought for sure when we get that rebound, we secure the board, we had a chance to really, make that push. So I felt like that was a big key point in the game, like you pointed out. So I was really, that was kind of that game changer for us. When so moving forward, we got Tennessee coming up, right? At Tennessee, and then SC tournament, and I mean, shoot, they're probably, after Auburn goes down, they're probably going to move up a little bit. And then looking at other people in the SEC, I think there's a big one tonight too, right? Florida and Alabama. So, I think we secure our spot already in the SEC tournament at the 16 seed. Yeah. But, what's your take on, the Tennessee game? What do we got to do there? And, moving forward to the SEC tournament to, maybe make a little headwind. I know we got to win the tournament, but anything that the guys are going to try and do moving forward?
Yeah, I think with the Tennessee game, South Carolina here recently, especially, has just not been played well on the road at all. I mean, you think about the Missouri game, you think about the LSU game, really kind of Florida kind of got away from them too. That it's just they haven't played well on the road. So, and then Tennessee's one of the top teams in the country this year, and they've got a lot to play for. Obviously, some standing things in the SEC, but then also they'll potentially have #1 overall seed in the NCAA tournament. So it's going to be a motivated Tennessee team, and I think if you're South Carolina, you just go out there and play, do what you can, and play kind of with nothing to lose. And just see what you can do, and it kind of the same thing with the tournament. Just kind of go and they kind of talked about it last night. They kind of find a way to put a chip on your shoulder, just because there's going to be a lot of people who don't think South Carolina can make a little bit of a run in the tournament, and it's not going to be easy just because we've seen what the SEC is this year. I mean, top to bottom, it is unreal. I mean, like you see, it's crazy, and that's what's going to make the SEC tournament really fun, I think. And you see who you match up against. I think there's still a little bit of figuring out to do on this last Saturday to kind of what the middle of the standing looks like and who South Carolina would take on first. But just go see what you can do and see how you can find a way to see if you can find a way to win a few games in the tournament.
Do you think in the next couple of games there, Alex, are we going to see like a shift in maybe not necessarily the starting 5, but some of the bench players getting more minutes and just kind of feeling out who, they're at the back end of the roster, is fighting for a shot to stay?
Maybe he could. I think maybe if that was going to happen, you may would have thought that was going to happen already. I mean, I think you're seeing kind of the players they're playing with right now is maybe 8 deep on the bench right now. I mean, you think about the starting 5, then you're seeing a little bit more Jordan Butler, which, he showed a little bit in this last game. I think obviously last night had a few things he struggled with, but in that game before, he showed some positive signs, and I think that was good to see. And obviously you see a little bit of Arden Conyers as well, but I think if you're going to see maybe just seeing kind of emptying the bench a little bit, I think maybe you would have seen that a few games ago. But I think South Carolina's got decided who they're going to go with for the rest of the season, kind of roll with that.
Yeah, I kind of figured that would be the look. Like you could have done that, like you said, a couple of games ago. If that was the direction that Coach Paris was wanting to take this, it's at this point that your season is what it is, right? So you're playing for pride out there, and that should be enough. And it'll be, we'll get to separate the guys that care and the guys that don't over the next couple of games.
Yeah.
My apologies, gentlemen. We lost power here in
it happens.
Tropical storm, whatever this is. Hopefully that's the last time. Couldn't do anything about that. But my apologies, right. Alex. I wasn't disappointed in anything you were saying. Can't control the weather. Although we certainly wish
don't lie. He texted me while he was off. He was like, "I just can't take this anymore." It was the whole Pride of Hampton County thing, really.
Phil, you're supposed to keep that quiet.
Harold Cleveland,
kill him. Letting out state secrets. Real quick here, Alex, before we get you out of here in the next few minutes to go back to the baseball side of things. Will and I were just talking. The last 4 games have been, I think, pretty bad for the Gamecocks offensively, but they are better than what they've shown there. They're thin, so from an experience standpoint, they can't afford a bunch of injuries, and certainly can't afford one behind the plate with Talmadge Wil Crowe.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things with that team last night. They get down 3-0. You kind of worry just, what's the mindset of the team coming off a tough series this past weekend against Clemson. And then you go down 3-0 kind of early in that game, and you wonder, what's the team going to do? And credit to them, they did bounce back, and they did find a way to get some things going offensively. And, I think one of the bright spots was, Kazmar had a pretty nice night. Offensively, I know he has some struggles defensively, but, offensively, I think they need him to get him going. And maybe, if he gets going offensively, I think that would help him maybe relax a little bit in the field as well. But, there were some good things, but, I think you found a way to win was the biggest thing for that team last night. These midweeks, they can always be tricky just because, the teams like Davidson and all these other teams want to come in and prove themselves on a big stage at South Carolina. But, you found a way after getting down early, you found a way to kind of battle your way back, dealing with those injuries that you mentioned to key players. I think that would be the positive, was that they found a way to kind of battle back and get the win.
Yeah, I was doing some math before, as things were kind of getting going. Come on, man. You got to be kidding me. As the season was kind of getting underway, and, I mentioned to Phil, I had them at 16-2 going into SEC play, entering SEC play. They can't get there. But they can get to 15-3, and then you're just going to have to battle at home, not just with league play, but you still got midweeks that are challenging, and the most notable ones, of course, are the North Carolina Tar Heels, who are ranked 4th in the country, and the College of Charleston Cougars, who they'll get up there in Columbia. So the math is very much there. If you can 13 wins in the SEC. And you take care of all your midweek non-con stuff, you're going to be in the dance. You'll have a chance. 14, you're more than secure. You're probably actually getting close to a number 1 seed. 15, you probably have one. Believe it or not. Isn't that crazy to think about? So I know Paul Mainieri doesn't get that far ahead, but when you look at the challenges that lie ahead, one of the things, if I've learned anything about Paul Mainieri, is he doesn't look at it that way. He looks at it as opportunity. And they've got like 25 top 25 games left, like 12 top 10 games. I think they got like 15 top 5 games left or something like that. So while basically the last 4 games would give fans pause and going, oh, this isn't going to be pretty. I just mentioned the struggles that A&M's going through, and their roster is as talented as anybody in the country. There is a lot on the table for this team to – you go out and you win some of these games. That stuff carries you a whole lot further. This is not football. This is baseball. You get a couple of those things, and it can happen at any point in time. And all of a sudden, South Carolina baseball, everybody they're getting back down off the bridge and off the highest ladder and all those type things. Everybody's sane again.
Yeah, obviously with the past weekend being tough, I mean, I think this weekend coming up against Morehead State, you want to find a way to build momentum. I think you want to find some positive offensively, get the bats going against Morehead State. And obviously, I mean, respect the opponent just because we've seen anybody can beat anybody. And I mean, you're seeing some of that in the SEC last night in some of these midweeks. But, find a way to get guys healthy heading into that Oklahoma series next weekend, get some positive momentum going offensively. And then, as you mentioned, every weekend pretty much is going to be a resume booster for South Carolina. They can find a way to win with just how good the SEC is. So, you got to get those guys healthy. You got to get Thomas Lee Corey back behind the plate because we saw, he was playing pretty good before that injury and the thumb injury happened. And, get Kennedy Jones back healthy and those guys and make sure, hopefully he's good to go as well. So you find a way to get healthy. You find a way to get some bats going. They need to just get some of that positive momentum going, get back, feeling good. And I think South Carolina, they have every opportunity throughout this SEC slate to kind of continue boosting that resume for hopefully postseason play.
This is Citadel tonight. They've played 3 Morehead State. We won't have you on before this weekend, but and we'll talk more about this later in the week. But Morehead State has played 3 series this year. They won all of them. On the road at Arkansas State, they won 2 of 3. They won 2 of 3 against St. Bonaventure. They won 2 of 3 against Quinnipiac. They scored 22 runs. They beat Quinnipiac on Friday night, 22-21. Can you believe that? Yeah, they must have gone for 2 there at the end or something like that. And then they beat them on Sunday, 14-13. But how about they went to Kentucky in a midweek and got beat 8-2. Last night, they almost beat Louisville. They lost last night in Louisville 9-8. Dan McDonald and his group survived at Jim Patterson Stadium. So I can tell you now, if Carolina gets through the Citadel tonight, you're going to hear Paul Maneri on Thursday tell you about how these guys, how well they swing the bat and how many games they've already won and things like that. This is not going to be a cakewalk for Carolina, although nobody probably in our neck of the woods even knew Morehead State had a baseball team. But Paul Maneri, much like Lou Holtz, will make sure over the next 48 to 72 hours, you know that they do.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, Morehead State is going to kind of come into this weekend thinking they got nothing to lose. I mean, they can go in there. They've kind of built off some of that momentum that they had. I mean, obviously they fell to Louisville midweek, but gave them a game. And, obviously they can swing the bat a little bit with some of the offensive numbers they put up. So, I mean, South Carolina's going to have to play good baseball this weekend to find a way to win that series. And, if they do, that's the positive momentum. You can find a way to build off of that momentum heading into that midweek next week. I think it's against Georgia State next week on Wednesday, and then heading into that Oklahoma series, which Oklahoma looked like, I was interested to see what they looked like in the beginning of the season, but they look like they've taken a huge step forward, and that's going to be, they're going to be a top SEC team this year.
They look good. There's no doubt about it. First up, though, it's tonight. It's the Citadel Bulldogs at Riley Park in Charleston. My man, great stuff as always. We'll let you run on that note, and we'll see you next week.
Always good being with you guys. See you next time.
Sorry about the power bump. There you go, the pride of Hampton County. I won't be sitting on my Palm Casual furniture in this weather. It's pretty crappy outside. But I can tell you that I will this weekend. It's supposed to be 75 for my wife's birthday on Saturday, and so we'll enjoy some cocktails around some Carolina baseball that afternoon. Don't you love that, honey? You got to watch Morehead State and the Gamecocks play for your birthday on Saturday afternoon. So happy birthday, Carrie, and thanks to Palm Casual for making that experience better than it could be. All right, it's 10:44. We'll hit a timeout. We'll come back to our final segment here with we got to come up with a nickname for Will. What was your nickname in the big leagues?
Just Crow, or I've been all over the place. They called me Bilbo in South Carolina, so this is all
really
over the place.
Why?
Yeah.
What was Bilbo?
I don't know. Bilbo Baggins. I don't know.
I was gonna say you're not that short, Will. I don't picture you as a hobbit.
Will's a big dude.
I don't know. They called me a bunch of stuff. They called me Toad Baggins. They called me Bilbo Baggins because I hopped onto the mound, hopped onto the field, so they called me Toad. So I don't know. It's been all over the place. I answer. You call me something, I'm going to answer. So.
Who came up with that? Holbrook didn't come up with that. Who came up with that?
No, that was like Jack Weincoop and Evan Bill and all those older guys. Yeah.
Not to extend this segment any longer, but I was talking to Coach yesterday morning, and we were talking about I don't even know what it was. It was something with the 15 the 15 team, maybe. I think it was a 15 team. And is that y'all missed the postseason that year, right? The 15 team? Yeah, it was a 15 team.
Yep.
And we were talking about, I'm not going to get into some of that stuff, but what we were talking about was how many arms were on that roster, because y'all pitched. Oh, yeah. I mean, you were on that team, Tyler Johnson, Weincoop. I think Joel Seddon was on that team, if I remember correct. I mean, there was arms up and down there.
You had, and that class alone, that 15, we had Schmidt, Sawyer Bridges, Reed Scott, Josh Reagan, Weincoop, myself, Vogel, Taylor Widener.
Yeah, big leaguer.
We had some dudes. I mean, even if you go back a year before that, my freshman year in 14, you go Seddon, Mincy, Weincoop, Montgomery, myself, Widener was on that team as well. Those like first 2 or 3 years I was there, and then that last year you added Cody Morris, big leaguer, Adam Hill, some of those names. I mean, we ran through some big name arms for 3 or 4 years there, where we were getting some guys who could toss the pill. So
yeah, there's no doubt. Famed Stono Ferry caddy Taylor Widener. I don't know if you knew that.
That's right.
When he was in the offseason, he was caddying out there. I was like, "Hey, what are you doing here?"
Hey,
like, what are you doing here?
Quick Widener thing. He when he was living in Arizona in the offseason as a big leaguer, they had him cutting the greens at one of the best courses in Arizona as the groundskeeper.
Good.
Type in Taylor Widener, groundskeeper, Arizona, and there's a whole article about it where he was waking up at like 5 a.m., going and cutting the greens, putting the holes in the ground, like loving life.
That's awesome. Dream job for me. Whenever I retire, I want to take care of baseball fields and golf courses, but only between the hours of like 8 a.m. and about 2 p.m. And it can't be cold. I don't mind the heat, but it can't be cold. So let's call it like April to October, and then I'm done. All right. We will hit our final time out of hour number 1, and we'll come back with Wil Crowe here on The Morning Show.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever, and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
What's up, Gamecock fans? This is Ethan Petrie from Land O'Lakes, Florida. Go Cox.
It's a beautiful morning. I think I'll go outside for a while. Just smile. Just taking some clean, fresh air for get inside. If the weather's fine and you got the time, it's your chance to wake up and plan another brand new day. Either way, it's a beautiful morning. Each bird keeps singing its own song.
It's really not. It's actually pretty crappy outside. That's all right. We're alive, so we'll make it beautiful. By the way, Will is headed to Scottsdale, Arizona for a bachelor party. Scottsdale, Arizona for a bachelor party this weekend. And our chef William Turner, one of our partners here, he's cooking for these guys out there. This is going to be awesome. So you'll have to. I know the food's magnificent. He's won like every award known to man. So what is on the menu, by the way, for you gentlemen? Which that Airbnb, that looks more like a resort, but I hear you. That's gonna be something.
We're getting like a Southwest barbecue type kick. He's going to do some brisket, chicken, pulled pork, and then some veggies, a little dessert. Bringing a little waiter, server type person with him. He's going to do it right there. Our little pool has like a little swim up bar with like a grill and stuff kind of in the ground in the middle of it, and they're going to cook it right there. And it's going to be really nice. Him and his assistant, we had to work together to figure it all out because he'd been in Japan, but we got it all situated. We're both, I know my group of guys from home are super excited about it, and it's going to be cool. He wanted to help a Gamecock out, and he's doing us a good little favor. So we're excited. We're really excited for that.
He's got guys all over here, this area too. So if anybody's got any family events or bachelor party or something like that, check in with chefwilturner.com or check in with us. We'll connect you with him. At least give him a call first, see if he can help you out before you go to someone else. All right, before we get you out of here, that's going to be an awesome trip, by the way. Can have fun. Before we get you out of here, a couple of notes. By the way, again, not skipping ahead, we're going to the Citadel right now, but the catcher for Morehead State, Hunter Thomas, you're going to hear his name a lot after tonight, Thursday and Friday. The kid's hitting 348 on the year, and that's not what stands out. But what does stand out is he is third in the country with 7 home runs, and he is 5th in the country with 25 RBI already.
Wow.
This kid has played in 11 games, and of the 16 balls that have left the bat and are in the hit column, nearly half of them have left the yard. You might want to be careful with that kid this weekend.
848 slugging percentage and 9 extra base hits. I mean,
yeah, he's pounding it.
He's swinging it. He's swinging it.
Yeah, he'll strike out too, but that's today's power hitter right there. But if he gets a hold of one, it could go a long way. Tonight, though, the Gamecocks and the Dogs. The Citadel will welcome South Carolina to Riley Park, and they'll try to pull off what they pulled off 3 years ago, and another upset. The Dogs 7-4 coming in, and in their last, they've won 5 straight. Maine, Presbyterian, they swept Yale this weekend. Now look, Yale, I didn't even do the homework as to whom Yale had played, but I did know going into the series against the Citadel that Yale led the country in batting average, all of it. They led the nation in batting average. And I texted Blake Cooper, and he goes, "Oh, here we go." The Dogs not only swept them this weekend, Friday and Saturday they beat them 2-0. And then Sunday, they only gave up 2 runs in the last 36 innings pitched for the Citadel Bulldogs, Presbyterian, and then that 3 against Yale. They have allowed all of 4 runs. Now, their offense has really not been very good. They're only hitting 248 as a group this season, but they have pitched, and Carolina has proven against good and not so good arms right now. They're trying to find it. So, what do you expect tonight, Will?
I expect us. I mean, I hope for us to come in with our tails on fire. Because I know Citadel is. They're going to take this game as one of their biggest of the year. It's an in-state team. You beat the in-state head school, and that means so much more to a smaller school like this than a lot of other teams when they're playing South Carolina. And I don't say that disrespectfully. But they're going to come in with their tails on fire, and I really think we need to come in with our tails on fire. The way we've offensively been the last 4 or 5 games, the way we're kind of we got by last night, I think, with some walks and nothing really super crazy. I think, we need to come in and we need to make a statement, and we need to show that, hey, what's happened and what happened last weekend isn't who we are. We can, overcome and step over that little hill, and, we just got to move forward. We can't change it. Nobody can do anything about it. It's over with. And, I really hope they make the trip down to the Low Country today, and they play with their tails on fire, and they start hot, and they do what South Carolina should do to a team like the Citadel. And we should put up runs. We should pitch well. We should play good defense, and we should win the game pretty handily. So I am excited about that. It's a clean slate tonight. The rain's going to be out of the way, and I'm going to be tuning in. I might even get over there for a little appearance with my son. So I'm excited about what tonight can bring and what it can lead into going into this weekend, and just looking forward to these guys, taking that next step. And a big part of that is just forgetting what happened 3-4 days ago. It's over with. And let's get back to playing Carolina baseball, putting the ball in play and doing the right things.
Ethan Petcher can't do it all. Somebody's going to have to step up and make it a little bit easier on him. We'll see.
It's very true. It's very true.
Well, good stuff as always, my man. Safe travels to Arizona, and enjoy Chef Will. That'll be fun. Y'all playing some golf out there, right?
Playing some golf. First, I got to do a little business. Got a bullpen in the morning for some teams, and then head to the house and play some golf, get some good food, and just enjoy a good little weekend for my best friends. So be a good little time.
Have a blast, man. Look forward to seeing you next week. Hopefully Carolina's in the middle of a nice winning streak here.
Yep. That's what we're going to be talking about. It. Not going to be talking about what happened this past weekend. We're going moving upward, and getting ready for Oklahoma after next week. So
you got that right. SEC play with Wil Crowe next week. See you, bud. Thank you. There you go, Wil Crowe. Hour 1 in the books, powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston, Electric Bikes, Charleston.com. Yeah, man. It's time to get outside and have some fun after the rain clears, of course. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. When we return, we'll head to the gridiron. Brad Crawford, a bunch of hot button topics to discuss with him. Stick around, hour 2 next.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land, the money be great. Some ways with a life that works. You can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is my dirt.
It is 11:02. Welcome back. Hour 2 Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, built by the Barndo Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, there when you need them. Surviving the flu of 2025 is our friend Brad Crawford with 24/7 Sports. Hey, bud, how you feeling?
Hey, man, had it in January, got it again over the weekend. All 3 of my girls have had it. It's rampant right now in Cumberland County, North Carolina, but we're fighting through it.
Yeah. You know, it's the flu. When you have kids, getting sick is not getting sick. It's like a 6-week experience.
Correct. You think you're over it, and then somebody brings it back home and all over again.
Yeah, well, glad you're feeling better. Thank you for making the time for us. We, from time to time, you know, you gotta head to the socials and figure out who's kicking up dust out there. And old Brad Crawford's been kicking it up left and right over the last few days. No, we like to have you on just to talk ball anyways. But we got a bunch of really interesting things to get to with you, right? Here over the next little bit. I do want to ask you about the significance of Shane Beamer heading to Capitol Hill and stuff like that too. But we'll start with the quarterback. I don't know. Is this a controversy? I don't know what it is, but you know, there's been consistent or more consistent conversation than there has been in the past, probably because we're getting to the spring, about Lenore Sellers and DJ Lagway. Now, this league is loaded with talented quarterbacks. Why are these two the ones that people continue to want to put head to head?
Yeah, you know, I put out a tweet last week. I was just kind of asking the world, you know, why is DJ ranked ahead of Lenoris in various, not only SEC quarterback preseason rankings, but national rankings as well. I mean, Lenoris had better numbers than DJ throughout last season. I realize Sellers had more starts because he was the guy, and DJ came in like late September after the Mertz injury. But both these are going to be faces of the league for the next, season or two. But I just don't understand that, the margin of hype behind Florida's quarterback right now unjustifiably is so much higher than South Carolina's quarterback, despite the Gamecocks player, being National Freshman of the Year. I don't care if he was a redshirt freshman. He was a freshman. So, I just simply put out, look, both are great players, but why is DJ being ranked higher than a guy who played better in most games? I had a big conversation with a coworker that kind of spilled onto the air on Monday, and he was telling me that DJ made bigger plays on third down. I said, did you watch any South Carolina football games? I mean, Lenoris bailed out this offense just countless times. He beat Clemson despite a crazy pass rush throughout that game with his legs. Did so against A&M. Had like 300-yard games. So Lenoris Sellers is one of the best quarterbacks in the country entering 2025. I think DJ is going to be there exiting the 2025 season. But right now, you can't put Lagway ahead of Sellers. And, everybody calls me a Gamecock homer nationally, but I watch a lot of SEC football, including Gator games. Lagway was not Sellers last season.
Well, nationally, they call you that, but there's it's very small, but a group of Gamecock fans that certainly don't think that everything you say, they go on and challenge it because they know more than everybody. All right, so let me ask you this then. So Lagway finishes the season with 4 straight wins.
Yep.
And the bowl game is one of those 4. Lenoris finishes the regular season in the Gamecocks with 6 straight victories, and then of course they fell to Illinois down in I don't know where we were, in Orlando. How much of this conversation do you think, and we're getting some power bumps here, come on, hang on, everybody hang on. How much of this conversation do you think hinges on the final outcome of the season? And what I'm getting at here, Brad, is the conversation about bowl games has really shifted in recent years, that they don't matter. But do they not matter for teams versus players? Because Lagway's coming off a victory, regardless of the stat book or whatever, and Lenoris is not. Do you think there's any carryover to this conversation?
Yeah, that loss to Illinois at the Citrus Bowl has seemed to linger on social media. I know the Gamecocks and inside that locker room has forgot about it, but you ask any Florida fan, I mean, I watched Florida beat a Tulane team that was a shell of its 11-win self. All those players had portaled already for Tulane. DJ threw 2 red zone turnovers too. Two bad interceptions in that game that nobody's talking about. Everybody's talking about the blowout win over Tulane, the Gamecocks losing to Illinois. By the way, that was Sellers' first game with a new OC, brand new scheme and play caller too. Florida fans probably don't have that nugget of info. So I do think that we're putting way too much emphasis on, let's be honest, 2 bowl games for 2 programs that didn't matter postseason. Shane Beamer was focused on the transfer portal and signing all these four-star wide receivers he had, while Billy Napier was trying to hang on to his job after that hot streak. So I do think that Florida fans are kind of just using that win over Tulane to, bolster their narrative that DJ is better. And like I said, man, I think both these guys could be future first-round picks. I think Lenoris right now is a better runner with his legs. I think DJ is a better pure passer, but I would take Lenoris as the SEC's top quarterback if I was starting a, franchise next year or something.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. I don't think anybody in their right mind could possibly listen to a conversation like this and take away that somebody doesn't think incredibly highly of DJ Lagway. I mean, I think this kid is a superstar. I think he's going to be a superstar at least. But giving him the push. Yeah, I look back. I was looking at Lagway's performance throughout the season, especially in games that are, where they needed him to be a difference maker to win the ball game. You're talking about back-to-back wins against LSU and against Ole Miss, where he had about a combined 54% completion percentage in there. He averaged about 200 yards a game through the air. He really didn't run the football much this year, just 50 carries. I think a lot of people think that he's some big running quarterback. Maybe he will be down the road, but he has not been. So, these guys, when all the chips were in the middle of the table, and it's like, look, you have to perform in order for us to win this game. That's not even remotely close. Lenore Sellers and what he did in the upstate alone, in my opinion, over anybody. Ole Miss, LSU, both those games were in the swamp. Lenore Sellers in these big ball games down the stretch not only got it done, but put all these teams to bed. I don't think it's a very good argument to be made right now.
That's what I'm saying. No disrespect to Robbie Ashford, but if he's a starting quarterback through 12 games last season, Gamecocks are 5-7. If Graham Mertz is Florida's starting quarterback, they're probably 7-5, 8-4, as they were with DJ Lagway. No, make no mistake, Florida beat two teams. The Gamecocks did not, LSU and Ole Miss. Sellers missed the second half of the LSU game. I've told Florida fans that for now a week and a half, trying to explain my case here. But it's good off-season fodder, man.
Sure.
Unfortunately, Gamecocks and Gators don't play this season for a second straight year. I hate to see that. I always like seeing South Carolina, Florida games. But by the end of November, I think Lenora Sellers and DJ Lagway are going to be two quarterbacks that we're talking about as far as two of the best players nationally.
Okay. I mentioned that this league itself and all the quarterback, these are the two that are kind of being compared head to head. But is there another quarterback, if you're like, hey, look, Lagway's going to get there, but if you want to compare quarterbacks head to head in the SEC, Lenora Sellers and who, is there another name that you think would be better for that conversation?
Honestly, I think Arch Manning's a very good runner, and we're going to see that a lot this season. We saw Texas kind of uncork him a bit in the couple of starts that he had last year. I'm super high on Arch Manning. I had him behind Cade Klubnik as, the top quarterback nationally. And I know he's a Heisman front runner and has a crap load of expectations this season, but I do think Arch Manning could eventually be a number one overall pick type quarterback prospect. I think it's very interesting, JB, to kind of look at the 2026 NFL draft board and like who is going to be that QB1? Is it going to be Carson Beck after a 40 touchdown year at Miami he's going to have? I think Carson Beck made a really good move this year by leaving a pro style offense at Georgia and going to tempo based Miami, where we just saw with Cam Ward that certainly helped his stock rise considerably.
You mentioned the word Heisman. It's been, January, February, and now we're here in the middle of March. I think we're 8 days away from the start of spring practice for South Carolina football. Nobody's going to really be able to get their eyeballs on anything, as we all well know. And in the spring game, that doesn't matter a whole lot. But as we move through the spring, how heavy does that Heisman conversation begin to get for a guy like Lenora Sellers?
I think it depends on what the Gamecocks do in the spring portal season. That's going to be a 10-day window to essentially go and buy the top receiver in the portal. I know South Carolina is going to be a buyer. I know Penn State's going to be a buyer. They've got a former 5-star quarterback in Drew Aller, who's also a Heisman candidate like Sellers. Penn State's coming off, JB. They were 4 points away from making the national championship game. So Penn State's close right now. And I think Drew Aller knows that they got to go out and get somebody. So I think it does ramp up a bit if the Gamecocks continue to add pieces. This has already been a very good, I would say not great, but very good portal class for Shane Beamer this 2025 recruiting cycle. And if they add a top-end receiver this spring, I really think it's a team that, can legit compete for a expanded playoff bid. I already have Penn State in that little area, even if they don't sign a receiver. But I do think the Gamecocks need to pick up one more guy who's a proven threat at the position, despite signing, like I said, 5 4-stars at wideout.
Yeah, and if you add to that, and I got to be careful how I say this, because we generally really don't ever know anything about anybody anymore in college football because of the transfer portal. But when you do take a peek at the first 5 games of the season for South Carolina, it is an incredible opportunity, if they are as good as maybe they think that they can be, to get off to a roaring start. And if Lenora Sellers is playing the way that we saw him play, and even better, the large majority of last season through Virginia Tech, South Carolina State, Vanderbilt, at Missouri, and Kentucky. All the things that we're talking about here, you're going to be talking about going into the LSU game in week 6, right? So if you're Lenora Sellers and if you're the South Carolina football program and you've been wanting to be one of those programs that is where generally Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, et cetera, Oregon, et cetera, are undefeated, can they get in the playoff? Do they have a Heisman Trophy candidate? Because they all do every single year. Those conversations are had with those teams every single year. What I just had,
for sure,
Carolina has that opportunity through the first 5 weeks of the season, as long as they're better than those teams, and I think they are, than all 5 of those teams that they're going to open with.
You know, I heard Urban Meyer say recently that during his coaching tenure at Utah with Alex Smith, Tebow at Florida, all those Heisman finalists he had at Ohio State at quarterback, he did his best, JB, early in the season to get those guys shine. You know, maybe played them 1 or 2 more series in the fourth quarter than he should have, made sure those guys had 4 or 5 touchdowns. I think those 5 first games of the season for the Gamecocks, considering they're probably going to be favored in all 5 of those games, I think Shane and Mike Shula, the Gamecocks' new OC, is going to try to sort of work Lenora Sellers into a lather, get him comfortable, a lot of rhythm, not necessarily have to, run for 100 yards each game, but if he averages 2.5, 3 touchdown passes over those first 5 weeks, and he's at maybe 15 to 18 touchdowns total after the first month of the season, he's undoubtedly inside that Heisman conversation because the Gamecocks would then be a top 15 team. I'm not sure where they're going to debut in the AP preseason poll in August. I'd say somewhere maybe in the 14 to 16 range. You start 5-0, you're going to be inside the top 10 going into October, and man, then all bets are off. Then Lenora is a guy who he's already a household name nationally, but at 5-0 and maybe 18 touchdowns and a really good start under a new OC, then we're talking about a guy who is going to get the benefit of the doubt down the stretch, and maybe the Gamecocks could challenge for a playoff berth with a Heisman caliber player under center.
Are we? I want to ask you about LSU here in just a second, but if you stop and think back 13 years, we could be knocking on the door of a very, very similar situation that happened in 2012. Carolina gets off to a roaring undefeated start. They beat the brakes off of Georgia at home, and then the trip to Baton Rouge was next. And, of course, they came up short there. That LSU, Les Miles ate half his football field after the game, told everybody opponents' dreams die and all that stuff. You got a similar situation here, Brad, if anybody hadn't thought about it that way, with those first 5 ball games and then a trip to LSU. Of course, after that, you don't have to go to the swamp. You get to come back home against Oklahoma and Alabama back-to-back. But are you seeing some parallels here? I mean, this could be really interesting.
Man, I can't imagine how big that Alabama game at Williams-Brice would be if, Bama's 6-1 and South Carolina is the same thing, and it's, two top 10s going at it. I don't want to push the cart ahead of the horse, so to speak, but it will be a nice change, JB, to see a team that doesn't have to peak in late November and then have some other things kind of fall into place to make the playoff. You start 5-0, you control your destiny the next 2 months of the season. The Gamecocks, unfortunately, last season did not control their destiny once they kind of sputtered early on and had to win 6 straight. They were playing as well as anybody late in the year, but there were just too many losses at the end of it to, really, I guess, deserve a spot in that playoff. So I do think starting 5-0 would be a breath of fresh air for Shane Beamer, and it would be a chance where you can have a hiccup or two down the stretch. I think the magic number is 10, man. We've seen that in the playoff era. If you win 10 games in the SEC or Big Ten, you're going to be a playoff team.
Well, and if you do that by way of going to Baton Rouge and winning the game, if you go to Baton Rouge, you can pretty much win, regardless of how good they are. You can pretty much beat anybody. How good is LSU?
I think we are undervaluing them as national media across the globe right now. I've seen them, ranked anywhere from 18 to maybe 14. I think they're a top 10 team because of how much they spent in the transfer portal. You look back a year ago, man, Brian Kelly was complaining about we can't compete at LSU anymore with the transfer portal. Teams are outspending us. I mean, now he even matched donations with his own, $100 million contract he has in Baton Rouge to try and get guys. And I think that losing Bryce Underwood, the 5-star quarterback that went to Michigan for more money, might have been a blessing in disguise, because that $8 to $10 million that was earmarked for Bryce Underwood, they were able to, spend on 4 or 5 new starters, especially 2 guys in the secondary. So I think LSU is going to be in really good shape this season. Garrett Nussmeier is a guy too that if he can avoid, silly interceptions, he's an elite quarterback too.
My apologies for continuing to adjust my hat. It's a new hat. I got to break it in, Brad. I can't take this thing out into public until it's where I want it. I'm gonna quote you here. All right. I gotta quote you so you can defend yourself. You have to be able to defend yourself around here. We make JC defend himself all the time. You said, "I have not sold all of my DeBoer stock yet. Alabama will win the SEC." Why do you believe that?
Because so many people are taking Texas and Georgia to win it. And I just think that this is a year coming off a season filled with parity. I think Georgia takes a small step back, maybe a 9-3 finish, which, the world's coming to an end in Athens if Kirby wins 9 games in the regular season. And then Texas still has, outside of Arch Manning, I'm fully confident they're going to be great on offense. But there's still some holes that, they've lost 3 first-rounders. Kelvin Banks, left tackle's gone. They're going to lose Matthew Golden, wide receiver. Isaiah Bond's gone, another wide out. So there's some, and the Texas schedule is not quite as favorable as last season. There's some away games that could be challenging for the Longhorns. And I just think that Bama, man, Kalen DeBoer getting Ryan Grubb back from the Seahawks, his OC originally at Washington, it's going to do wonders. And Jalen Milroe, I'm not a huge Jalen Milroe guy. I think on 3rd down, he really helped Bama at times last season, but there was also possessions where even against South Carolina, if you send 2 guys at Jalen Milroe, then all passing lanes break down and he doesn't know what to do with the football. And I think Ty Simpson or maybe Austin Mack, I don't see 5-star Keelan Russell being Bama's starter, but I do think they're going to be a better passing team this season. And then for DeBoer, I'm not selling the stock, because if Bama misses the playoff and goes 8-4 this season, then all of a sudden DeBoer becomes, the hottest seat coach in the SEC. And I saw what he did with Washington with less talent. He's a proven winner, and everything I've heard out of Bama so far to begin spring practice is this team has a different, more focused look. And I don't know. I've sold my Bama stock this time of year, JB, the last 2 off seasons, and I'm one of the few that took Bama not to make the playoff last year and got just rammed for it this time of year. This season, I am taking Bama to win 10 games in the regular season, and then somehow win that SEC tournament at the end and win it all. I don't know how the SEC championship is going to look this year, because they're still talking about doing, that 4-team play-in crap.
Don't do that. Sweet Jesus, don't do that. So LSU and Tennessee will both be in Tuscaloosa this year. We know that we know what that means to those guys. Alabama's road schedule is very difficult. And I think so if the common eye, the common college football fan will look at it and they'll go, "Oh man, they got to go to Athens and they got to go to Auburn. We know how difficult that is." And they will be right when they say that. There's no question about it. As a matter of fact, Georgia is their first SEC game of the year, and it's in Athens. So that's not going to be easy, and we know Auburn falls at the end of the season. But anybody out there that is underselling the road trip to South Carolina, you've made a major mistake. I would argue underselling the road trip to Missouri, you've made a major mistake, because old Eli's always got something up his sleeve for these guys, for anybody that's worth it. You know what? When they come to Columbia, Missouri, and quite frankly, all the renovations are going to be done in Tallahassee. They have had half a ballpark to sit in for the last football season. That opens the year. Alabama is going to be the first team that walks in there in a renovated Doak Campbell. And so I don't think Florida – I don't know. Look, Florida State was not good. I know that.
That's a 7-win team. Yeah.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but it's the first game of the season. Right. And all I'm saying is, like we just talked about, a couple of minutes ago, right, Brad? Like, we don't know who anybody is anymore till you get to about the end of September, and you kind of really have a better idea of everything. thing. So if Bama's shaking off some rust and, you all of a sudden you got 85,000, 90,000 people in there that are doing their thing and they're finally happy to be back in a sold-out ballpark. I mean, it's going to be sold out. You could run into some major issues in that first game. I think that their road schedule is as difficult as anybody's in college football.
Yeah, the good news for Bama, JB, is first 3 games of the year, like you said, they play 2 Power 4 teams out of conference, Florida State on the road in Tallahassee and Wisconsin in Tuscaloosa. I think they win both those games against what I think will be bowl teams, not teams who compete for ACC and Big Ten championships. So Bama's going to be battle tested by the time that first SEC game rolls around. And then you look at Alabama during Kirby Smart's era at Georgia. They're 6-1 against Kirby Smart. For whatever reason, the Tide have been Kirby Smart's kryptonite. Georgia played well in the second half of that game last year, but I mean, they got behind 30 points in that game. And that's going to be Gunnar Stockton's, probably the biggest start this season at home for him in Athens, beating Alabama. So that's a game that I think Alabama, the narrative on the Crimson Tide kind of changes nationally if they can go into Sanford Stadium and win. You talk about the game in Columbia. That's huge because, it's important for both teams, not just SC championship picture, but, expanded playoff conversation. This is probably a league, JB, that puts 3 or 4 teams in the playoff once again. And the winner of that game has a leg up on, some of the other upper tier teams in the conference in getting there. So I actually think the game at South Carolina for Bama might be a tougher road test than the one in Athens because Bama has beaten Georgia, countless times under Kirby Smart. They're not afraid of them. And they know South Carolina last year in the second half played really well in Tuscaloosa and just about came out of there with an upset win. So, but there's no Kyle Kennard this time around. Gamecocks have got to get another edge rusher opposite Dylan Stewart. One of these new guys they've signed, one of these transfers, has to be a pass rush monster to disrupt what Bama's going to bring to Williams-Brice.
I think it's a great point. And if we've learned anything about Lenore Sellers, he's quite the competitor, and he has not forgotten what happened last year in Tuscaloosa. Yep. And he'll get the Tide on his home field. Gunnar Stockton, by the way, they play Alabama the game after they go to Knoxville. So that'll be a nice stretch there to figure out exactly what the quarterback situation is at Georgia. Speaking of quarterbacks, going back to kind of where we started a lot of this conversation, you got to do the weave. You know what I'm saying? You got to do the weave. If Kalen DeBoer, not discounting whoever his starting quarterback, I agree with you. I think it will be Ty Simpson, not discounting Ty Simpson at all. But let's just say for giggles here that you could go to the transfer portal or the free agency list or whatever, and you could pick any quarterback that you want, but it has to be from the SEC. Who gives them the best chance to win of all the quarterbacks that you could choose from in this conference?
That's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bama would have been a player for Lenore Sellers had he entered the portal. Now, I will say Bama was not one of the 2 teams I was told that tampered whatsoever with Sellers and tried to get him. But you look at what Alabama has coming back. Ryan Williams, I mean, what if Ryan Williams was on South Carolina's team? Then the Gamecocks are closer to a top 5 preseason team than they are, 15 area. Ryan Williams is a game changer. He's going to make any Bama quarterback look good. But during the second half last year, if you watched Bama play, him and Jalen Milroe were never on the same page. And he's the guy who's as good as Jeremiah Smith on his best day. We saw what Ryan Williams did against Georgia last year, 200 yards, couple touchdowns, was dancing around first-round pick Malachi Starks throughout that game. So I think Lenore Sellers would be an excellent fit at Bama for what they run. They're going to run kind of a balanced offense this season, but I do think at times you're going to see them lean on the run game, which is obviously Sellers' strength. So I think the Gamecocks, too, by the way, are going to have a above-average rushing attack. It was cool seeing Rocket Sanders run a 4.4 in Indy over the weekend. That's a big loss losing him, but everybody I've talked to, man, they love Rasul Faison and think that he's one of the more underrated portal signings for any SEC program this cycle.
I like this running back group at South Carolina. I think all these every name that you know of is going to spend some time being very popular with the fan base, and if it might be a by committee thing, but I think they're all more than capable. All right, You okay for another couple minutes? Then we'll get you out of here. Is that all right?
Yeah, I'm gonna answer two of these questions real quick in the chat here.
Sure. I wasn't even paying attention. Go ahead.
Yeah,
What
Craig
are
Godwin
missing?
said. Yep. Craig Godwin said that he didn't think coaches could give their own money on NIL. So what Brian Kelly did was he basically matched, any offer over, I think it was like $100,000 or something this past off season from any booster at LSU. So technically it all kind of goes into an NIL fund. Brian Kelly wasn't directly paying players, that kind of thing. He just ponied up and sort of offered his own money. Mike Norvell has done something similar with one of those campaigns in Tallahassee. He has kind of a restructured deal, knowing his days are numbered despite a crazy buyout if they go 2-10 again. And then Bruin Nation Barbecue asked Auburn and who was the other SC team that I guess rumor wise may have tampered with Sellers. I don't think anybody from LSU ever reached out to Lenoris, but LSU was definitely going to be in the big time A1 quarterback market this cycle had they not convinced Garrett Nussmeier to return. Because before the 2025 NFL draft deadline was official, Nussmeier had not yet announced that he was coming back. He could have probably been a first-round pick with Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. So LSU gave him considerable money to stay in Baton Rouge. And I do know that LSU was a team that was going to be looking for a top-end starter at QB1 had Nussmeier bounced.
Wow. Well, you got to love the world of college football these days, right?
Craziness, man.
Whew. All right. Well, it could get crazier here in about 4 or 5 years. Brad, the ACC has settled. Or Clemson and Florida State, they're all settling. Essentially, look here. Here's the deal, guys. We're going to give you a chance to get out of this thing, and this is what it's going to cost, and it's going to go down, I think, $18 million by the time they get to the end of this deal or whatever it is, and everybody will be happier and they'll move on, et cetera, et cetera. Again, I pulled this from your Twitter page here. It's a great question. And I think it's a question that if we're still doing this in 5 years, we'll probably be having again. You said a Big Ten versus SEC bidding war in 2030 for Clemson, Florida State, North Carolina, and Miami.
Yeah.
Which school should your conference break the bank for? Or I would probably say which schools. Generally, you don't just add one, you add a couple. But I'm going to ask you the same question. Who would you choose for the SEC and why?
So North Carolina is going to be extremely attractive for two reasons. If Bill Belichick does have that program 4 or 5 years from now as a annual top 25, which all bets are off that he will or won't. Who knows if he even lasts 2 seasons before he's called back to his NFL brethren. But obviously you have Tobacco Road basketball program is one of the best in the country. Year in, year out, except for 2025. And I've been told, JB, that the Big Ten has tried to get into the Triangle, Raleigh, RDU area for years now with possible expansion. I think the big thing with this Clemson Florida State lawsuit being, settled, both sides here are going to kind of say they won, but in all honesty, I think it's a win for Clemson and Florida State. I don't think the ACC is going to cease to exist 10 years from now. It certainly will for the next 5 years. But Clemson and Florida State's original lawsuit a couple of years ago, it's like an employee asking their job for more money, but they didn't have another offer lined up yet. The SEC and Big Ten, they weren't exactly, having open arms for Tigers and Seminoles. And I think the ACC kind of knew that and called their bluff. But now that the grant of rights is going to be lowered to, I think, $75 million from like $175 after 2029, it all kind of coincides with what I think will be the next major shift in college football. I do think we're going to see further realignment, and I think Clemson, Florida State, and North Carolina will be 3 schools that people look at. I'm not sure of Miami's attractiveness other than, that South Florida market, because outside of football being relevant the last, year and a half, Miami is not what it used to be. So I think North Carolina, from a TV market standpoint and what they bring in football, baseball's top 5 right now, and basketball would be attractive. I do think if UNC goes to another league, it'll be the Big Ten.
I think of those four, North Carolina is absolutely the most valuable property. I don't think there's any question about that, Brad. That I think you begin to, and everything that we know now, we won't know tomorrow. It changes rapidly, but where do teams where do athletic departments like North Carolina State and Duke? I mean, they generally hitch their wagon to something, and are they gonna try to hitch their wagon to North Carolina? Are they not? Virginia is another valuable property. I don't know if the ACC is going to exist in 6 or 7 years. I really don't. Because if you lose all valuable properties that you've got, the most valuable properties, where does that leave you? Here's an even bigger question.
Duke would probably be an Ivy League school. I mean, I think Duke could join the Ivy League, or maybe even the Big East as a basketball entity.
Wow. Yeah, that's a good. I don't even know if these West Coast teams are going to stick around. Why? I mean, at some point in time, regardless of all the television money, right, Brad? At some point in time, there's going to be some sort of logic that comes back into this and says, I
don't want to start rumors, but at what point, JB, are we going to see conferences like the Big Ten and SEC maybe start looking some of their bottom tier teams like the Marylands, the Mississippi States, and saying, hey, if we can trade Maryland and Mississippi State for North Carolina and Clemson, why don't we do that? Why are we sharing revenue with, just using those two teams, for instance, why are we sharing revenue, these record-setting numbers every year with two programs that don't, increase our footprint, whereas Clemson and North Carolina and Florida State probably would. So I don't know. I think with conference realignment, we could see some universities being pushed out of their current leagues too.
Is there anything that you think we need to pay attention to in the coming months with the future of the college football playoff and the structure of the sport in general that could maybe tip the hand a little bit of what conference commissioners, presidents, chancellors, etc., are looking at down the road as a fallout from the ACC? You get what I'm saying here? The SEC says they want 4, but if one day they've got 18, 20 teams, they might say, well, we want 5. So do you think there's anything to pay attention to in these negotiations that might say, TV deals are going to run this long, et cetera, et cetera? We don't want to be stuck in this when these opportunities come up in 5 seasons.
The Big Ten and SEC right now, based on everybody I've talked to inside college football, those are the two leagues that push every important button. We know every time Greg Sankey speaks, everybody sort of stops and kind of waits to see what the faux commissioner of college football essentially is what he has amounted to now. I think that we're going to see playoff seed changing in 2025 here in a couple of months. I don't think we have enough time to change the format and have expansion. I do think after this deal runs out, after this 2025 season, that we will have expansion. And if we do see a scenario, JB, in which the Big Ten and SEC get auto bids in addition to their conference champion, which is what, the Big Ten and SEC want right now, then you have to expand the playoff. You can't tell the rest of college football that's fair, that two conferences, of course, life isn't fair, but two leagues get, 8 of 16 teams. That's not right. Why don't the Big Ten and SEC just go off on their own and have their own championship? So I can tell you, man, I've spoken to a lot of G5 coaches, big time boosters, and they're worried about what college football is going to look like the next 4 or 5 seasons for the ECUs, the Memphises, the Tulanes, the South Floridas of the world. I think you're going to see some big time coaches from those schools take bigger jobs to kind of get off of what could be a sinking ship in college football.
I'm interested to see if some of those programs maybe try to slither their way in. And take their you get into the ACC. If you're South Florida, take your beating for a few years and get the money and improve.
East Carolina would gladly join the ACC if 4 teams are out and they got to bring them in. Yep.
Yeah, there's no question. I mean, East Carolina's wanted that forever. They just won't let them in. It is what it is. All right, significance of Shane Beamer on Capitol Hill yesterday. Anything?
Yeah, that was pretty cool to see. I think him being a mouthpiece for the players is an excellent recruiting tool. I mean, I know he didn't go to Washington for recruiting, but I think it's neat to see, Shane.
Everything's about recruiting, Brad.
Right. It's all about exposure to your program, that sort of thing. But yeah, I didn't expect Shane to show up at Congress and say what he said, but it's pretty awesome that he's fighting for major reform and NIL changes, and I think he's right. I mean, if we can get where it's even across the board, where every SEC program has $15.5 million to put toward football, 3.5 to put toward men's basketball, and then kind of goes from there, that will be cool, rather than having you get $21.5 million and schools are trying to under the table put most of that money toward football. We need more rules in NIL.
Yeah, I kept looking in the crowd last night at the president's joint address to Congress to see if Beamer had maybe slipped into a back room and etched some of this stuff into his speech, but there was nothing on NIL from President Trump, and I didn't see Beamer's face in the crowd, so I guess he failed on that end.
Yeah, I didn't watch Trump's address last night. I missed it.
Yeah, well, I was just watching to see if I could find Shane, but
Twitter told me all about it, so hey, that's all I need, right?
Yeah, well, that's all anybody needs, right, to know anything. All right, we run the gamut? Did we miss anything?
No, man. We could talk about spring games being canceled nationwide, but
I thought about that earlier. I didn't know how much time I'd have with you.
I mean, I grew up, me and my dad and sister and my mother, that the spring game was the only game every year, football season, where all four of us went to the game and kind of tailgated before. It was always free. Darius Rucker had a little halftime concert. It's a cool fan experience. But I also see why big-time programs, Shane hasn't done it yet, but I think down the road he just might. I can see why big-time programs have stopped doing all this. I mean, in the days of the transfer portal, man, you never know who's watching. Dabo said yesterday, though, Dabo Sweeney, I thought he had a good comment. You're not going to see no third stringer on our offense and say, man, I want that guy. He's got a point. Dabo every now and then says some logical stuff.
Yeah, he's got a point with that. There's no question about it. Yeah, I don't know what to. I mean, I don't like it. I honestly, if I could change anything, I would
just put Lenore in yellow jersey or just sit him out. I mean, sorry, you can watch the football team play, but you don't need your best player out there risking injury.
No, you don't. I mean, I would personally, all across college football, like to see an actual spring game versus another opponent, but I totally understand why they would never want to do that. So
right, yeah. Shane has, he's beat the drum on preseason games or a warm up game type thing in September. That'd be cool to see in the spring.
Yeah, they if you want to do it, do it. You don't have to. But what do I know? Nobody asked me, Brad. Well, we'll let you run on that note, brother. Great stuff. Glad to know that you're feeling better. Good news for you is at least all the spring practice stuff starts coming here in the next couple of weeks, especially in the SEC. And then before you know it, spring meetings are here. And then before you know it, media days is here. Then before you know it, we're kicking off, which is wild. Man.
And on top of all this sickness and stuff, someone hit my Tesla last week, and we were under contract on a new home. So it's all happening at the same time this spring. This is why, though, that I plan all this stuff in the off season and not in September when it's just, balls to the wall.
Is the Tesla totaled?
Driver's side's messed up, and the nearest Tesla dealer who works on cars is Raleigh. That's 90 miles for me. So fun March ahead.
Oh man, March Madness for real, huh?
Right.
Thank you, Brad. Great stuff, man. Have a wonderful week.
See you, buddy.
See you, buddy. There you go, Brad Crawford. We will step aside for our final time out of the morning show. JC will join us here in just a little bit, and so will Mad Dog when we return.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible.
Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
Get along on down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
It is 11:47. The weather continues to blow through the state of South Carolina. They will play baseball tonight. I think they should. It should all be out of here in the next hour. And then the Citadel grounds crew is going to have some work to do, but I know the field's covered, so they should be fine to play tonight. Should be a little windy. Maybe that's a good thing for Gamecock baseball. Good stuff with Brad. Kind of ran the gamut with him. Able to talk some ball, talk some football.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's good to have some insightful football conversation. Yeah, the one thing about the football offseason this season is there's not a lack of like big picture stuff to talk about. So you're not having to, pick apart and project depth charts this early, pre-spring.
Well,
we'll have a good 2 weeks of that here soon. And then, and then of course the change in the wind will continue to drive the conversation until we all meet together. And where is the SEC Media Days again? Is it
Atlanta?
Birmingham? Atlanta? All right, nice. That's a quick trip.
How about the parallel that I drew up there? Pat myself on the back here. So it's all about me. Everybody look at me. Let me tell you everything that I know. Just kidding. There's just people like that, and I always think they're funny. But how about the parallel to 2012? Gamecocks were 6-0, headed to Baton Rouge. This year, with God looking down and everybody crossing their T's and dotting their I's and praying and doing all the things that you need to do to help your Gamecocks win ball games, they could be 5-0 heading to Baton Rouge. It would almost be deja vu from 2012. Boy, that would be something. I haven't seen Brian Kelly tasting the Bermuda yet, but who knows? I guess there's a first time for everything. But that could be something. And then the good news is you get to come home for Oklahoma and Alabama after that.
Yeah, I mean, you hope that both teams are undefeated there. I don't think we have any time windows, but tell me that a night game at the real Death Valley wouldn't be, flexed into a primetime ABC spot. If you have what would be a top 10 matchup, I would imagine, assuming that preseason, expectations kind of play out for the rankers. Man, yeah, that's going to be exciting. I liked the whole thought of, because I hadn't really analyzed the schedule at this point to kind of put it together, but South Carolina has a really good opportunity to get some comfort and confidence and stats built up between the new OC and still young quarterback with that opening 5-game schedule. I mean, you can't take anything for granted, obviously, JB, but it looks on paper like you're going to be able to really put some numbers up.
Well, if you hope to have a decent season, and I say decent as in like a really good season, you sure as hell can't lose the opener against Virginia Tech. And so if you win it, you will you absolutely should be sitting 3-0 heading to Columbia, Missouri, where they've lost three in a row there, right? Yeah. The last time they won there was in 2017, that game that Debo took the kickoff down the sideline for a touchdown the week after he did it against NC State. So, I think Brad said he thought that in those first 5, he thought Carolina would be favored in all 5 of them. I think they'll be favored in 4 of them. I don't know if they'll be favored in that Missouri game. I mean, I'd like to think that they would, but I'm not so sure. Missouri will be, I assume they'll be undefeated. They got Central Arkansas, Kansas, Louisiana to open the year.
Yeah, it should be, That's I think it was like that last season, like where they really weren't tested at all, and then enjoyed a cycle of SEC scheduling that found some teams on in a worse spot than they were, say, years previous. Their schedule, and of course, is with the zero thought put into it model that the SEC forced everyone into for the next 2 years. They just flip the location of the games on their conference slate. So unless anybody jumps up and really makes a step to be a much better team, then they should have a fairly easy path again. I think we're going to see another, inflated ranking for Missouri football that may not necessarily be representative of the talent that they field. Obviously, that's a big statement to make in March, but it's definitely well within the range of outcomes.
Everybody always likes to talk about kick times. We'll get those in May, but I'm looking at that week, September 20th. So everybody, I apologize. Well, I'm not staring straight through your soul here. But in the SEC, there's three games. So it obviously, I think we've cleared this hurdle, right, of everybody assuming that just because you're not at night, it's not a big game. Like, had everybody figured out by now that noon, 3:30, 7, they all matter, especially with the new ABC contract. But I'm looking at that Missouri game, and I'm looking at the slate of games that week in this league. There's a big non-con game. Florida is at Miami, and I would assume that's probably going. I mean, that'll most likely be an ABC game. And then the only other 2 there are only 2 league games that week. Auburn is at Oklahoma, which, if I had to guess, will probably draw the afternoon kick. And then you got the Gamecocks at Missouri, and both of them, Carolina has the more difficult road to get there. But I would venture a guess that the TV networks are going to expect that both of those teams will be 3-0 in that ball game.
Yeah.
So what is that? I don't know. I used to be really good at guessing kick times, like really good at it, Phil. Now you could be, it could be a top 5 matchup, and they'll kick you at noon. So,
yeah, the new ABC ESPN merger with the SEC, if you will, is kind of throwing things off, but it has created plenty of better opportunities for you to appear on the 3-letter network, because now there are 3 windows from which to choose. And even in the age of streaming and all of that, where, the cable box and cords are being cut, and we wish that they were being put back together, but you still can't really undervalue what it is to be on ABC.
No, it was like 9
for everybody. I mean,
14 of 15, the top watch games last year or something were on ABC.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like you get the best, crews, you get the prime spots, and the way that they set it up, you don't have to miss the first part of a game because they schedule it out to where the games couldn't possibly run into each other without some sort of drastic overtime fiasco.
Yeah, that's right. Well, if you happen to run into somebody, I'd call Tony Pope. Head to TonyPope.com, Tony Pope State Farm here in South Carolina and in Georgia. Make sure that your vehicle is covered, and he's got phenomenal coverage. Shop it around. He'll tell you that. Hey, shop it, man. You got to figure out what's best for your family. But most of the time, people want to come back and work with a great Gamecock. TonyPope.com. TonyPope.com. Presents a lot of our high school stuff around here. He supports a lot of high school coverage across the state of South Carolina, and he supports the Gamecocks. If you head to Founders Park or Williams-Brice Stadium, Colonial Life Arena, you see his name circling around. TonyPope.com, TonyPope.com, Tony Pope State Farm. So, everybody watch it. Oh, I thought you were going to hit me. Sorry, man. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, dude?
Yo, I look funny. What?
We
can't hear you. That's all right. That's what, what? This is good.
You go. I got you.
Yeah.
Got me.
Check 1 2.
Can you
check,
hear
check,
me now?
1, 2. JC
Yes.
from
Here's
bunker
another
number
mic.
7.
Give me a thumbs up.
Test. No pun intended.
We can hear you. Yeah. Oh, hybrid performer.
Can you hear me now? Hey guys, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Verizon guy. Sweet.
Yeah,
Can you hear us?
All you got to do is say yes.
Oh, yeah. I said yes like 3 times.
The damn thing came unplugged right before you brought me on, and I was like, you got to go in and do the settings and stuff. And I was like, I got to get a new cord on the back end of this mic, but it died on me one time, and then I figured out how to fix it. I did emergency surgery.
For what it's worth, you would have been great for Verizon Wireless.
Yeah. That guy, the Hear Me Now guy that went to the other company, and what a clown show that was.
I think you went to T-Mobile.
Yeah. I said I'm not going to gripe today, though. I'm not griping about anything today. I griped too much the last couple of days, and I'm not griping.
We don't want you to do that.
No more. I mean, I after yesterday's congressional hearing that I sat through most of the 3 hours to watch, I've just lost all faith in everything. So I'm just going to talk sports. And
well, hey,
not even try to analyze.
It's Ash Wednesday, man. Just chill and enjoy, and just hey, man, it's the weed, man. Hey, did you happen to? It's also
I'll be committed to giving up Congressional Committee hearings for the next 40 days through Lent. I can definitely guarantee that.
That's fine. Hey, it's National Cheese Doodle Day. I love cheese doodles. I might go grab some from the grocery store. Did any of you catch the part when I threw at Brad Crawford? I said, hey, we could be looking at a 2012 parallel around here with Carolina football. The Gamecocks were 6-0. They made the trip to Baton Rouge, and then Les Miles ate grass. This year, they could be 5-0 heading to Baton Rouge. And then Brian Kelly, I don't know if he likes to eat grass or not, but we'll see.
Dude, you're jumbling up all kinds of things.
Yeah, well, that's what we do. That's
he
the
ate
point
grass
of
against Alabama. He ate grass in that Alabama game. But
he
right.
ate grass against South Carolina.
He did that. Well, it was a thing, though, because it was in 2010 when he ate the grass and because he had Alabama. But, yeah, okay, I got it. I was actually at that game. Yeah. I ran into my brother that's a pilot. Didn't even know he was there.
You ran into him? Is he all right?
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. He was three sections over. He sends a photo from the stadium. I'm like, dude, are you here? And he had flown some people down. So I was in that game by myself. Drove down solo from Nashville. Had a good old time. Nevertheless, so I don't remember if he ate grass or not, and I haven't watched the replay but like once, and that's usually over the summer. But they were 5-0 actually, Jamie, because they hadn't started 6-0 since '88. So but your point stands because it aligns with this year. It would be 5-0 going to LSU.
Yeah, I hate doing this. Just I want you to understand that, like, you still mean a lot to me, but they were 6-0 going into that game.
They were 6-0?
They beat Vanderbilt. They beat East Carolina. They beat UAB. They beat Missouri. They beat Kentucky, and they beat Georgia. Sorry, man. You all right?
Had they played Kentucky before they played Georgia in 2012? Because I thought it was afterward.
Yeah,
no, it wasn't. You're correct. I stand corrected, JB. Oh man.
I know. My apologies, man.
They were. I think the 5 is getting stuck in my head because they were 5th in the country when they played Georgia and moved up to 3rd. The LSU for that 1 week, and so the 5 is stuck in my head. That was actually game 6.
Yeah,
I am a horse's ass. No,
I'll send you some cheese doodles.
I'm taking it, man. I shouldn't have had so much confidence in my brain there. My bad. I'm usually good at stuff like that. Gonna have a terrible show today, fellas.
Well,
get ready. Mike's ready. He's like, shut up.
No. Actually, that was entertaining. I was enjoying that. I didn't know the answer off the top of my head, but it does have me. And I always promise myself not start getting into schedules in March and like start doing win loss. I mean, we don't even know who Missouri's quarterback is yet.
No, I know. That's what we were talking about earlier.
One thing I will predict: he won't be as good as Brady Cook. Brady Cook, who incidentally NFL scouts, he earned some street cred with his performance. There's some people high on Brady Cook, not like first round high, but I think Brady Cook was one of the most underrated players in the SEC the last couple of years. And I think Missouri's going to miss him, honestly. Whoever wins that job, it's like a 3-headed monster fighting for the job, and they have not announced a starter as of yet. But when I look at it, the schedule it's not nearly as daunting as I thought it was. Like, nobody has an easy slate in the SEC. But you don't have to play Georgia. You don't have to play Texas. So those are 2 of the top 3 right there by most people's account. If you believe the hype on Florida, you don't play Florida. If you believe the hype on Tennessee, you don't play Tennessee. And like you said, Jamie, I mean, the South Carolina-Missouri game, in my mind, that's kind of a pick-em. If it was in Columbia, Carolina would no doubt be favored. There's no reason you can't think 4-1 or 5-0 at that point. And then it gets a little bumpier. I mean, there's a 3 out of 4 stretch where it's at LSU, Alabama, at Ole Miss. Oklahoma's in there too, but that would be the least.
The other game's Oklahoma.
Yeah, but I mean, unless Oklahoma does a 180, I don't know if that's. I think the more challenging games in that 4-game stretch are LSU, Bama, and Ole Miss and Oxford. But we'll see.
We were, and I'll let y'all. I'll get out of your way on this note. We were talking. Brad and I ran the gamut on a bunch of stuff. It was actually a fun, really great conversation to have in March. It's hard to have intriguing football conversation. You got to be creative with that. But we had a good one today. So I hope everybody goes back and checks it out. But go ahead.
I was going to say, I mean, Brad knows he's in the content business, right?
Oh yeah. He can kick up.
But here's what I respect about Brad on the whole Sellers Lagway thing, which is I mean, it's just kind of low hanging fruit. If you go on if the ITG version of this show in Florida, if there is one, they're going to say Lagway, and everybody on this show is going to say Lenora Sellers. But he went on. He faced the firing squad. So it's real easy to kind of do a hit and run and give a hot take, and then but you're only going to go on the show that's going to be friendly to you. That drives me crazy. Like people that are just shills and they just say what people want to hear, and they figure, well, that's a good way to be popular. I'll just spoon feed what anybody wants to hear, and then everybody will love me.
He defended it.
he defended it.
He had facts.
Yeah. And look, Brad's also said things that have pissed Gamecock fans off. I'm sure Gamecock fans don't love hearing how good Cade Klubnik is, according to Brad. Right, exactly. So I think, Brad, I think I give him credit. I mean, it's a fair argument. I unfortunately, the two teams don't play one another. I don't know if we're going to get a definitive answer. My thing is this, and I've said this for God knows how many years. I'd love to see a universe where Carolina has a first team or second team all SEC quarterback. So is Lenore Sellers going to be that this year? Whether it's Lagway in the way, Nussmeier, Manning, take your pick. Does Lenoris have the type of season? Because Carolina hadn't even sniffed it since being in the SEC since '92. Is that going to happen? If it does happen, I'll tell you one thing: it's going to be a team that's probably in the playoff.
I think that's very fair. That's very fair.
There's a good cut.com bet. Will Lenoris be first or second team all SEC? KUTT.com.
It's a good poll question, too.
By the way, one of my SEC football hot statement of the day, and then I'm out. I got to go. You got to go eat my avocado.
You go get your cheese doodles.
Alabama has one of the most difficult road schedules in the country, maybe the most difficult. Maybe. They go to Georgia and Auburn. That's low-hanging fruit. You mentioned low-hanging fruit. That's low-hanging fruit.
Right.
People will nod their head when they look at South Carolina and Missouri. We all know how difficult it is to play in Columbia. We know they were on the ropes last year. Missouri is, unfortunately, just with Eli, not an easy place to go win games. But don't forget about the fact that Florida State's going to basically open a new ballpark. The first game of the year. I'm not saying Florida State's going to be really good now. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. I have no idea. But I do know this. There will be 90,000 Knoll fans, and they're excited to see what their new home looks like in the Tide coming to town in August, and nobody knows who the hell they are week one anymore. So I'm just saying.
Tide killer one, Augustus Malzahn.
Hey, look at that.
Right.
See? Would you look at that?
How about no Tide?
I'm just saying, the Alabama Crimson Tide is going to be tough on the road.
It's going to be interesting.
I feel confident saying Florida State will be better. I don't know if I feel confident saying Alabama will. I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I think Keelan Russell's going to be starting by the time they come to Columbia at quarterback. That's been my hot take all off season. Hope I'm wrong, but because they're a lot less scary without a guy like that at quarterback. So.
Ooh, good point. In the words of LT, don't smoke crack. For you Gamecocks that are headed down to the Joe tonight, we'll see you there. And for those in Columbia, I would encourage you to watch your undefeated softball team. They win tonight. Oklahoma, South Carolina, undefeated Friday night in Norman. It's going to be something to see. Gentlemen, take it away.
Yeah, getting ready, firing up the show. We got Mike in with us. It's going to be talking about some bigger picture issues with him. Maybe hit a little movies. You know how we do. But we'll have some fun here on the other side of things. We'll get the show fired up here now after a quick little break to refill your coffee and find the bathroom.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. watching Bozo and warm to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show, the show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, episode 601, 600. And now we're just going to keep rolling on, rack up the numbers. Mike Morgan in for us with a little power hour. We have gone we've unloaded both barrels this week on max power with Mike. So welcome in, Mike. Glad to have you here.
Glad to be here, guys. I know you guys are going to go knee deep in recruiting in hour number 2, and I'll kind of get out of the way of all that. I know we got a number of topics JC has compiled for hour number 1 that I think are very intriguing, to say the least.
First topic, beef sandwiches and old style beer.
That's right.
Bears. Hey, I saw the Bears are going to trade actually for an all-pro offensive guard whose name escapes me from the Chiefs. So that's a start.
That's a start.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about Bears. the Chicago.
I didn't have that on my
Chicago
bingo
Bears
card.
today.
Bears O-line. Discuss.
Yeah, I think sometimes being a football guy and because Jamie and the show before us, or the half of the super stream, if you will, super stream ITG. We should start it. We've been starting at 11:05. That's purposeful because that's when the Braves started.
Yeah, right.
05 on TBS.
TBS.
The good old Superstation.
Superstation. This is a super stream. So they go through the baseball, and by the time you get to us and the basketball, I may have something interesting to say, but honestly, I can't top it. Football season will obviously be different because everybody wants to hear every take and things like that. So sometimes it's fun to play a game. Would you like to play a game?
Would you like to play a game?
You remember what movie that's from, Mike?
War Games, baby.
Of course, man.
Shall
of course.
we play a game?
The original JC and Morgan DEF CON.
Which have you noticed since we started doing that 8-9 years ago, how many shows and Sports Center and does it? A lot of people do it wrong.
Yeah.
DEF CON 5 is good. That's
Yes.
peace.
Yeah.
DEFCON 1 means missiles are about to be flying over your head and into your house. It's not the other way around. Low number bad, high number good. Go see War Games. Matthew Broderick, a young and spunky Ali Sheedy, Dabney Coleman, and the Whopper computer system.
I loved that movie when I was growing up. And then I went back and watched it because we've talked about it. Gosh, I guess it was like last summer. And, well, it wasn't as disappointing as The Black Hole, which was one that I really...
That came out around the same time, didn't it?
Yeah. The Black Hole was a Disney movie that when I was a kid, I was like, I psychotically loved that movie. I wanted some toys, the Palomino, the ships, and the Maximilian, the evil robot. So I started watching. I was like, hey, baby, I told my wife, we're going to watch The Black Hole tonight. And we got about 10 minutes. I was like, this movie completely sucks ass. I turned it off. I was like, it's terrible. I mean,
It's so disappointing when something from your past like that really had an impact on you just does not hold up.
Do better. But anyway, so we're going to play a game. And I want the Nana's Porch chat box and our club chief members to participate if you can, if you're God willing and the creek don't rise, in a position to do so. And yeah, we're going to talk recruiting second hour because 24/7 Sports is releasing its updated rankings for the class of 2026. And there's some significant movement there. Some guys they left out, some guys they got high. So we're going to go through all that. I'll give you my take on it and stuff. Mike would probably just sit there and shake his head and start playing He would play a game with a computer named Whopper if we started talking about that.
I listen. When you talk recruiting, I listen. How many times on JC and Morgan do I say, all right, put this in perspective, JC? How many stars was this guy? Why was this guy overlooked? The other day I was texting you, how is Nick Emanwuri a guy with those measurables? And I can't imagine he didn't have great measurables as a senior in Irmo High. How does he not be more highly touted in the recruiting process? That's the ones that I just don't get.
It was COVID and then an early commit, and
right?
Then not a lot of update. That whole class he was in, 2022's sort of cattywampus as far as rankings go. I need to go back and kind of look at exactly who was in it. Maybe I'll do that the second hour, but or maybe it'll be a topic on coffee one day. But there were a lot of guys that slipped through the cracks in that class. That was funny though, because I don't know if I've said this on the show or coffee or whatever, it runs together, but I'll say it again. I got a text from somebody who said, this guy's a freak. He's 6'4". He's covering guys like a corner. He's got great hips, blah, blah, blah. And then the next day it's like, I didn't think anybody could top Emanwuri, but there's this other freak here and I've never seen anything like him in my life. He's an underclassman though. And it was Nick Harbor who was camping at South Carolina that day. So, some freaks kind of got let loose that early camp period when they let everybody outside or to camp and let football happen again in June of 2021. But I want to play a game. So personnel is what we talk about all off season. And I talked today about 5 position battles. I had an article on the Big Spur for our members kind of fleshing that out a bit and talked about position battles on coffee. But you start talking about losses, and it's always good to kind of get different perspectives and to narrow your choices, because you could have a lengthy list of significant losses for Carolina if you're going through the list of guys they lost, because there's a lot of good players that have left the program. That's unprecedented. And that's the flip side of the unprecedented draft coin, right? I mean, you got to replace what you lost. But it's kind of fun to narrow it down. So my question for you two gentlemen, and I'll start with Mike, and we'll start offense. Who is the most significant loss on offense for South Carolina? There's a lot of different choices you can make, a lot of directions you can go with it. And thankfully for us, in the interest of being interested in Mike's answer, because if it was a quarterback, he'd say quarterback, obviously, especially if it was a good one. Mm-hmm. But the quarterback's coming back. So we'll go offense and defense, but go ahead, Mike. In your opinion, just looking at this football team, who was the most significant loss for the Gamecocks?
Okay, so defense, I'm going Kennard.
But we were starting with offense, Mike.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted both.
Yeah, come on,
I've already made a violation. Flag on the play.
All right, we'll start with defense. That's cool.
Flag on the play.
Start with defense.
All right. My
We'll
apologies.
start with what would you say on? You said offense, right? You went offense instead of
No,
defense.
he went defense.
I went
so we
defense.
could go defense. Yeah,
Okay, we'll go defense. Go ahead.
I went defense. I've kind of got a tie. We're splitting hairs on the offense. To me, defense is pretty easy. It's Kennard. Kennard was unbelievable, and what he did too was Dylan Stewart, who I'm sure will get much bigger and stronger in the offseason. It allowed them to not just completely double team every play Dylan Stewart. You had to account for Kennard. And so when you have two, I mean, I go back to like 92 Alabama, Copeland and Curry. For those that are of a certain age, you might remember Gene Stallings' national championship team. Jay Barker was a decent quarterback. Of course, Dabo Sweeney was on that team. He didn't play much. George Teague was in the secondary, but Copeland and Curry were these two monster defensive ends. You could block one of them, but you couldn't block both. And that's what made Carolina so good on the line last year. So for me on the defensive side, I'll go Stewart.
You mean Kennard?
Oh, Kennard.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
All right,
I mean,
Mad Dog.
Yeah, I like that. Kennard's a good pick. I'm going with Demetrius Knight. I think there's, on and off the field, what we found out here, as these interviews have taken place postseason, is that he was impactful or even more impactful off of the field and setting good examples. I mean, you look at him, this is a grown man who's been around playing football, and all too often we see older players playing, sports, athletes, not just athletes, but people in general who don't have that same mentality and do not bring that business-like mentality to what it is that they're doing. And I think that he was the right mix of production and culture and heart and will. So I think that's going to be tough to replace.
I'm going to give an answer that's going to surprise all of you, I believe. Just because it's not, I'm not outsmarting anybody or anything here. But I'm going to, just to your points, absolutely, Mike. I agree completely with that. You need you need to, even Jadeveon Clowney. I guess it was Devin Taylor that he had opposite him in 2012. The next year, I think it was a little bit of Chaz Sutton and a little bit of somebody else in 2013. His production dropped, but that was a lot of the change in position coach and what they were asking him to do from a schematic standpoint. But it is just, and teams did double and triple him all day. You can only do so much. Dylan Stewart got a lot of attention last year just because he's so freaky. And if you don't account for him, he can get you. And then you got this monster on the other side as well. And definitely, how do you replace the production sack-wise? John Strickland actually, on the segment he had yesterday on the morning show, broke down how are the possibilities of doing it. But sometimes that's easier said than done, especially when you've got one guy over there, and if the other side's not as good, they can sit there and say, we'll just try to frustrate Dylan Stewart and win against him. One thing I'm curious about too is, will they move Dylan around? They didn't do that a whole lot last year, but defenses will. If they have one good pass rusher, they'll line him up different sides and try to psych you out of the double team and triple team. I'll never forget when Dylan beat a triple team at Kentucky for a sack and got held and still got the sack.
Well, that was his coming out play.
Wow, that was unbelievable.
People saw that, and it was he became a national name at that point.
Yeah. And with Demetrius Knight, all the things you said, Phil, leadership, all that, but also his speed. South Carolina was significantly faster at linebacker this past year. And that I don't think people realize how, because he was the fastest one, how much his speed mattered in limiting some of the plays that could have been, running back hits a gap, maybe he has to recover. His speed is going to be missed. But the other things, the leadership, the heart and soul, all that, things we may not have even been aware of during the season. He appeared in some videos giving some speeches, and that was cool. But, really, the more you dig into it, the more like, that guy's good. You can't replace everything he brought to the table with one person. I think you have to But I'm going to say this. I'm going to say it like if I was somebody that knew nothing about South Carolina football. The same people I torch for having, but I'm not going to gripe today. Same people I torch for having hot takes when they know nothing about the program. I'm going to say Nick Eamon-Warray. and it's not that I don't think they'll be good at safety and have a replacement for him, because there's capable guys. They got a lot of depth in the secondary. You should be able to do it. And it's not that he's a freak athlete and all that. It's that Nick Eamon-Warray for 3 years, a freshman, sophomore, junior, was elite against the run. And he used that speed and athleticism. And that's rare for a tall guy to get that low and be that good of a tackler. And he used that to be an eraser. The reason they call them safeties is because that's for safety purpose. They're for safety purposes. In case you get past the front 2 levels of the D, that's a safety. That's why they call it a safety. I'm sure some of you realize that. Another Captain Obvious statement for me. But I think that it's to do what he did and do it consistently for 3 years, and to be a guy back there that you knew you could count on the field, obviously. I just pass defense, all that stuff aside, and I thought they missed that in the bowl game. I really, really did. Now, I'm not taking the bowl game and applying it to this year. Surely they'll have somebody back there that can make tackles and all that good stuff. But you watch that position, I think that could be something that is a question mark that maybe or a question that's a little bit harder to answer than maybe folks realize. But that's just me. Great discussion there. So let's flip to the other side of the ball. And Russell Wells in the Nana Sports chat box nails it. It's a hard game. It's supposed to be hard. A lot of good players all over the field. Yeah. And that's something that if you're not worried about, you may be kind of whistling past I don't want to seem like I'm whistling past the graveyard, so to speak, with the amount of talent they lost. I'm going to go ahead and admit that. I'm just going to say there is a chance they can make it up in other ways. And if you take a step back at one position and you're better at another, football, no program is stacked every single year at every single spot. I'll leave it at that. Offense, we'll start with Mad Dog this time. And the losses there are significant too, guys. 3 interior offensive linemen, 1 NFL guy in Simpkins, a possible NFL guy in Vershawn Lee, who was here for 20 years. And then the leading receiver, Josh Simon, and Rocket. That's not like just they didn't lose anybody kind of thing. So on offense, Mad Dog.
Yeah, it's I'm torn, right? I'm torn between 2 names that pop into my head, obviously, and I guess I'll have to pick. So you know what? I'm gonna go with Rocket Sanders. I know it's low hanging fruit, right? But that kind of talent and production is hard to replace. In a season. Now, I'm not saying that Attaway, Howell, Faison, isn't that his last name, Faison, or is that his first name? Yeah, okay. I always get that confused because there's another Faison out there that I keep seeing in lists with a first name.
With a first name, that's Tennessee's quarterback recruit.
Yeah, that's it. That's why I keep
number one in the country.
Yeah, but Rasul Faison is who I'm talking about. Right, yeah. One of those 3 guys could come in and just blow everybody away. But at that running back position with his size and speed, it's going to be hard to replace that kind of production. So I'm going to go with Rocket Sanders.
My turn. 100% agree. And it's close because I think you could make a strong case for Simon.
That was my other one, Mike. Yeah.
I mean, a tight end that your quarterback feels comfortable going to, kind of a safety valve on 3rd and intermediate. I don't care what level of football it is. That's always nice to have. Now, I realize there's a guy waiting in the wings that people are very high on as well. But number 1 to me is Rocket. Look, I thought Rocket would be 1,000-yard rusher last year. If he was healthy and played in the bowl game, would have been closer to 1,200. He finished with 881, but it's more than just that. He kept defenses honest because you had to account for Rocket Sanders. And hopefully one of these backs, whether it's Faison from Utah State or some of the guys coming back or some of the new guys, like hopefully somebody is that same level of guy. But Rocket Sanders, they don't typically grow on trees. That's a hard guy to replace. That's a physical freak that could block well, could catch well. And if you needed hard yards in between the tackles, you could give it to him. You could give it to him on the perimeter, and he could make plays with his speed. So, yeah, I think Rocket Sanders, for me, would be the top of the list.
There just aren't too many backs these days that are like him. When you start going to check the boxes on Rocket Sanders, and that's going to be, we're going to make this unanimous, because that's going to be mine too. They can replace the production. I mean, most teams, you know, that they probably will have a little bit more balance with the carries next year. If I'm being honest, you know, I think when you have Rocket, you ride Rocket, right? You know, and so Attaway would spell him a little bit, and sometimes they'd work Juju McDowell or Howell in there, but it was basically the Rocket show when he was healthy, and that's what you should do, because he was really good at pass blocking too. But when you go through and check the boxes, I'm not saying they can't replace 891 rushing yards from the running back position, because I think they absolutely can. I mean, as long as there's blocking and things like that. But, you know, I know he was 217 at the combine. I feel like he cut weight to get that 40 time at 4.47, which it was. Somebody called it terrifying that he ran that fast. But if you watch him on film, I mean, the LSU game, you know, a little dive off of the left tackle, and they kind of went the wrong way, and there was green grass, and nobody caught him. Nobody at Vanderbilt could catch him the whole game. You know, when he had A&M, ask them about Rocket Sanders. I mean, A&M couldn't stop him. Not too many backs that can do that and run off and leave you and then go to the next box. Well, can he run for physical yards? Oh, heck yeah. Look at the shuffle pass against Missouri, the game winner. And then he ran over and drugged people into the end zone with him at 230. Look at the one of the touchdowns against LSU when he goes right up the middle, runs straight into a linebacker, then jukes, and then gets, I mean, just sheer will and force. You know, a lot of backs are one or the other. You know, they won't run. I mean, that's a guy, if you just took his name off and didn't know his history, you'd say that guy played for Alabama under Saban. That's the type of player, or Georgia when they were rolling at running back. That's the type of, you know, just take the uniform off and take Rocket. And if you look at just the physical traits, he was special. And then, oh, by the way, he's got elite hands because he spent the whole high school career as a wide receiver. Go figure. I think, number one, if he stays healthy, whatever NFL team drafts him, we're going to be talking about him doing big things at that level. At the very least, he's your third down back, and you have a third down back that can run for power and has breakaway speed. Are you kidding me? So, absolutely, it's Rocket.
I think he could be a starting running back in the NFL quickly.
Yes.
He's in that. Look, there's a certain tier that is just next level. That's where Saquon Barkley is. That's where Derrick Henry is. That's where a Christian McCaffrey is. That's where a Bijan Robinson is. I'm not saying he's that. But what I'm just saying is there's about 28 other starting running backs in the NFL. And I think Rocket Sanders could certainly, if the right team drafts him, you know, and again, running backs like him, sadly, they've been devalued, sadly for them. I'm not getting a piece of the pie anyway. Rocket hasn't hired me for representation as of yet, but Rocket, I'm still available, and I'll take half the commission that your other guys will. But a Rocket Sanders, as good as he is, could wind up a fourth rounder, you know, but that's okay, because again, it's about that second contract, not the first one. So just show up, show out, and then the second deal, that's where you make life-changing money.
He's a contract bandit because he's the type of guy that they take fourth or fifth round. You don't have to pay him a whole lot. And then you got the other guy that they took in the previous draft, and he's getting on up there in age. And, yeah, he's really good, but we're not going to pay him. You know, we're going to let some team that's desperate for a running back pay him.
That's right.
And then we're Rocket's gonna be our starter, in year 2 or year 3, and he can earn his contract or whatever. He'll take somebody's job, in my opinion, if he stays healthy. That's the thing with him. Obviously had a serious shoulder injury this past offseason and has had, some knee issues in the past at Arkansas and things like that. But he got in really good shape this year, and boy, he had the ankle sprain, and then it wasn't a high ankle. I told that story yesterday. And boy, he got back, looked a little rusty against Ole Miss, and then boom, he's back. Like Alabama, he was the same old guy. Like a lot of players on offense at South Carolina, if the blocking was better, the yards he'd have been really tough to stop. All right, so Mike.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
You got to talk to your friends, man. It's the outro music.
Has a little help from our friends, as they used to say on the Wonder Years. Paul Pfeiffer will not be answering the phone when you call this number. Winnie Cooper, I'm not saying she doesn't work there. Maybe she does. Maybe she's single. Maybe you get a great refi and you meet the love of your life with one simple phone call to Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Again, I'm not guaranteeing that. Just saying I'm not ruling it out. So think about that. Paul Pfeiffer, he cleans up at night. But go ahead and give them a call over there and give Troy Branham a call. He is the man for all your mortgage needs, a good friend of our program here, and the best guy for a new mortgage, a refi, a USDA loan, FHA, VA, someone who's been helping South Carolinians for 30 years. Troy Branham, 803-238-0111. You see his beautiful visage at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That's Troy. 803-238-0111, Troy Branham. He is the man with the plan of Golden Gate Mortgage.
All right. After the break, we will be right back. We'll kind of shift gears a little bit, looking ahead. Might talk a little basketball. Might look at the current state of the ACC post the settlement yesterday. All of that as soon as we return on Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey, folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right. You know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that, too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. We got to celebrate our seniors last night at the CLA with the men's basketball team and their final home game of the 2025 season. That is thankfully coming to a close after some unmet expectations, I think, for the fan base after coming off a tournament appearance in Lamont Paris' second year. But the simple fact is some of these guys have been around here a long time and deserve some recognition for their commitment to the program. It was good to see them get their moment in the sun. And there are a couple of guys who walked last night who could quite possibly have the ability to come back if they so chose, in Miles Studi and Nick Pringle, who also, Miles is waiting on his paperwork to be properly filed and thoroughly reviewed at the NCAA. So don't hold your breath there to get his extra year of eligibility. And Nick Pringle, I think, doesn't have to do any work at all because he has 1 year left of eligibility. But what do we think, guys? Is there a possibility that these two guys come back to Carolina for another season or play even? Maybe not at Carolina for another season of college
basketball. Portal, huh? And
which I have thoughts on that about Nick, but y'all go ahead.
Yeah, me too, a little bit. But I'll say this just to add, Pringle only has another year because of the Diego Pavia thing, because he was a JUCO. Miles Studi obviously had a serious health concern that they had to get going. Blood clotting, I think, was the explanation for that. That can kill you, right?
Yeah. Deep vein thrombosis, lower leg stuff. That is scary.
My ex-father-in-law was one of the best human beings I've ever met in my life, and had great life advice. He used to always say, "Hey, when you go on a long trip, stop and walk around because of blood clots." And that stuck with me. I'll stop and walk around. Of course, I always have to pee like I'm 90 years old, so that doesn't, I'm stopping anyway. But
I'll get you up and moving anyway, right?
Yeah, but Tom's advice, and when Studi got that, I thought about that advice and stuff. But Mike's seen these guys up close and personal. There are certain players on the roster that if they were trying to get an extra year coming back, I'd be like, well, I don't know if that's going to make a difference. Honestly, with these two, I just don't know. I think both would have to play significantly better. And if they can, they're capable. But that's just my take. Mike, what say you?
I am in the exact same camp. You read my mind, and I don't think they got what they had hoped to get out of Nick Pringle. Nick was a guy that clashed with Nate Oates at Alabama during a Final Four run. He played well in the NCAA tournament last year. I thought it was a great grab in the portal to get him. If you look at it, the strength of this team was supposed to be the front court, and it would have been. But if you don't have a back court in this level of college basketball that performs well, you don't have a prayer. And that's been the biggest thing. Nick has just been completely erratic. He's been, some games he's been decent, other games not so much. So he's got to, not knowing his NIL deal, and I don't want to know it, he's got to earn his way back for another year, I'm guessing, is what the mantra is from the coaching staff. And as far as Miles Studi, obviously I wish him well health-wise. I said this when Carolina got him. I mean, he's the same player. He's a three-point specialist. That's what you get with Miles Studi. And if he's hitting, great. And if he's not, he doesn't give you much. So I don't, with the people that are coming in, and if what I've heard is true, and that is they are going to be very aggressive in the portal with a lot more resources to be aggressive in the portal this year, then there's going to be some guys that there might not be that opportunity waiting for them next season. I don't know if where these two guys fit or don't fit, but I think a lot of it will depend on how many hits and misses they have in that portal period. All right.
Let me unmute myself.
There we are.
Say that scene from Old School. All right. Good stuff.
Good stuff.
I'm real bad about that on the morning show. Like I don't know. It's probably because I'm only partly on there anyway, so I try to keep my mic, and I'm paranoid about like popping up in there with the mic on anyway, so I mute the mic even though I'm not on screen. It's a whole thing, and I should probably seek help.
I'm not a professional like Morgan, so I move around. I don't. I turn my volume up. Me and Phil talked about this yesterday. so I can hear myself move. Like, and it was before when the volume was down, I maybe didn't catch it. And so you're like, what are you tapping on? What are you doing? I've gotten a lot better about it, but I'm still, so I always like mute it if I'm looking at my phone, moving around, because I don't sit still. I'm kind of jittery, do the shaking leg thing and all that. But I'm with you. I think Study's role is what it was last year. And I think he's worthy of a spot on the roster for sure if he can return to that role. I think this year, even when he was healthy, they depended on him a lot. And look at the Clemson game. I mean, that was his best game. And who called it? Bradford called it before the game. He said, and Derek Scott, Study's going to have a big game. And I was like, yeah, right. And then sure enough, as hell he did. So if he can return to that type of player, I think those guys are valuable as your 7th or 8th man. I think as a starter that you're depending on to go out and consistently score, he hasn't shown that.
That's not who he is.
Yeah, Mike's watched him since the Vanderbilt days. So I don't have a problem bringing either one of these guys back. I think both need to get significantly better. And as far as Pringle and NIL and all that goes, there was school in the Big 12 that offered him double what South Carolina did. And Carolina kind of got the hometown discount on that. So
yeah, and they've gotten that a few times thanks to Kerry Rich. But you can't live off that forever. You're going to have to be able. You can't just recruit South Carolina kids. This has never been a program where you can be ultra successful just winning state of South Carolina recruiting battles. You got to be able to pull kids, talented kids from other areas. They caught lightning in a bottle with Talon Cooper last year, and Michi and like that. But you're going to have to be able to get guys from all parts. There's a lot of things to sell at South Carolina. I've been saying that for 25 years. And someday they're going to prove me right. There's no reason why this team can't be more competitive. As I sit here and I watch Auburn and Alabama competing for another Final Four, Ole Miss and Mississippi State going to another NCAA tournament. These were two states that were beyond lackluster in college basketball for a long, long time, and they turned it around. So why in the hell can't South Carolina?
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, with the in-state, if you got every single player every single year, success would be cyclical. Eddie Fogler said this. Pre-AAU, that's basically how it was under George Felton. And then you had the Steve Newton era, but then Fogler started kind of sounding. But guess what? Fogler got a lot of great in-state players and most of the top guys in the state. But, well, Jermaine O'Neal went pro. Kevin Garnett went pro. Those were two guys. Had they had them on those Melvin Watson and BJ Mackey teams, that those teams may not have gotten upset by the Coppin State Hornets. Are they the Hornets? Coppin State,
and then Richmond.
Yeah, and then Richmond, the Giant Killer, coached by John Beeline, by the way.
Great
at the time. Right. You think on through the Frank era, you had Zion Williamson and John Morant, two way different recruitments. One was completely ignored until Frank found him one day. And by then, for some reason, he's wanted to go to Murray State.
Well, he'd already committed. The coach there, who's now at LSU, already said, I'll take you. So he was loyal to him.
And the other one was, Zion, obviously, who was whatever. So, but you're right. There's not a basketball talent in this state. It's better than it was. It's a little deeper than it used to be. There's some years, Mike, back in the day when the program was really dependent on the Fogler era, where you'd have two guys that could play dead in a movie in the senior class. I mean, a lot of mid-majors, but I agree. Guys like Talon Cooper, who were kind of under the radar, that went to Morehead State and then Minnesota and came back home, or Pringle, who JUCO back home, whatever. Those guys are valuable too, but I don't know. I can't guarantee you guys they won't go and maybe have some familiar faces on the roster next year. I don't know anything, but I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of players that we're all familiar with end up back at South Carolina. But I do think it's interesting I think Studi and Pringle are a subject that, I think we agree. They take them, but Pringle needs to get a lot better and more consistent, and Studi needs to go back to his old role.
Yeah, I would sum it up like this. Carolina's success next year is not going to depend heavily on those two guys. They're nice complementary pieces if you can keep them, but they're going to have to start getting some dudes. And by the way, we can point to any state and say, look, they produce that guy, and they're really good. Yeah, but Alabama doesn't just recruit Alabama players, and Ole Miss doesn't just recruit Mississippi players, and Georgia doesn't just recruit Georgia players, and Florida doesn't just recruit. So why should South Carolina just take the attitude, well, if we just get a bunch of South Carolina kids, we'll be great?
Oh, that's not the way.
That's not – no, but I've heard that from people, and that's just not the case. You need to be able to bring in play. First of all, you're never going to get every guy in the state. Never. And so secondly, you need to be able to, and this is where Lamont Paris he's got ties to a different area of the country, for crying out loud. For those that watch that Georgia game, by the way, the LeFew kid was coming to Carolina. They had him. He's a starter for Georgia. He's going to go to the tournament this year. And then at the last second, they lost out on NIL money. It's a couple of those cases.
Yeah.
Now, losing the kid to Kentucky, which would have been a lot of fun to watch, that was just bad luck because Cal leaves for Arkansas, and all of a sudden Mark Pope says, why didn't Cal recruit this kid? We'll take him. And at that point, he's not saying no to Kentucky. That's just bad luck. But some of the other ones, they had some players. Like I'll say this again. I know a lot of people are down on Lamont. We could talk about the contract. That's another thing I've got thoughts on. If you give Lamont commensurate talent with the middle of this league, not the top, the middle, I'll go to war with Lamont Paris, and I'll watch you. I'll watch you in the NCAA tournament. I have faith in Lamont as a coach, and you saw that 2 years ago. You couldn't win with this roster. I don't care who was coaching it. This year in the SEC, not enough, folks. Not enough. And they know that. I have had very specific conversations with everybody on that staff, actually. They know that. So the job now is to get players. And because there's not enough coming back. If you want to get out of the cellar, there's not enough coming back from this roster. I don't care if everybody is retained to be a tournament team. The freshman class, Ellis is going to be a lot of fun to cover. I know that much. And he's going to be a fascinating case study because people will look at it and say, well, did he play any defense? Did they play any defense in that league? But I know this much. Some guys can just flat out score. And to me, he looks like a guy that can flat out score, which is what Carolina does not have at all. It desperately needs.
Yeah.
So
he's a shooter, right? Yeah. And
he's a shooter. He's good off the bounce.
You're missing that off-ball guard right now anyway with with Miji Johnson leaving. You need all the help you can get back there.
and to go back to the bad luck category, Michi goes back, and I'm sure he got a bag. And yes, he's from there and his dad and everything else, but he quits I don't know what Michi's doing. He might be playing Xbox every day as Ohio State plays basketball. So something tells me if he had a do-over, probably would have stayed in Columbia. Probably would have started and been one of the key players on this team. Sometimes that stuff just happens. Sometimes this program, I swear, is snake bit.
Well, and not only that, Mike, Pegues from Furman, who hit the game-winning shot against Virginia a couple of years ago in the tournament. They thought they had him. He goes and gets a bag at Auburn.
Yep.
Now, I'm sure Auburn paid him more than Carolina.
And rides the plane.
And wanted, but he also kind of better program at the time. I get it. And he's not from South Carolina. He just played at Furman. And I guess he's like 1 point a game. He never plays.
He's a scrub.
He would be starting at Carolina right now, though, or at least playing significant minutes.
And most kids, obviously Auburn's at a better place program-wise than Carolina, but if you were to tell that kid, you come here and you're going to play 25 minutes a game. You go to Auburn, you're going to be picking splinters out of your ass. If he knew that, then maybe he would have gone, but there was more cash, and that's another guy they lost based on finances. So it's not excuses, it's just facts. I mean, at some point, you've got to be competitive in that arena, and from what I understand, there is going to be a massive shift there this coming off season.
Yeah, I mean, if they just do the normal rev share alone, it's double what they spend. So it'll be fine. And they need to get a point guard, obviously. And I'm looking forward to Eli Ellis too. People are sick. People are sick to death around here watching bad offensive sports teams. They're just they're just done. They're totally done with it. Score some points, man.
Amen.
Or runs or whatever you want to call it. All right. So Mike, real quick, the contract you mentioned. I've noticed a couple of message board things and some people that were, and I think this is the same, I think, lunatic, the people that want to incessantly beat Ray Tanner up and blame him for everything. I think that's just right at this point, it's ridiculous. I mean, I don't get it. I've always kind of thought he got blamed for things that weren't really on him. Let me be very clear. Despite what anybody, I don't care who says it, Lamont Paris's contract is nothing crazy.
No.
And Mike, you know that as well as I do. It is nothing crazy. The buyout, I think, goes below 8 figures as soon as next year. So they're not going to buy him out this year because nobody's buying anybody out. I mean, they're not firing McMahon at LSU, and it would be about that time. With the 3 seasons he's had. They're not firing Parker Moser at Oklahoma. Both of those schools, according to ESPN.com, also have bad NIL situations. What are they going to do, Mike? They're going to give them more NIL money and see if they can fix it. I guarantee you are going to see this with coaches way more than you see the quick trigger of being fired. But on the contract, your thoughts on that. I don't know why people would even bring that up.
Well, you nailed it. For some people, they live in a universe where everything is Ray Tanner's fault, and anything they're angry about, even it might be 3 years of him being off the job. They won't give him credit for Shane Beamer. It was clearly a successful hire, and a gutsy one at that, because there's a lot of SEC programs that wouldn't have offered that hire, and it was criticized by the likes of Paul Feinbaum and others when it was made. And so you're just like reaching. So just so you know, Lamont Paris last year, in a record-setting year for wins and an NCAA tournament, I realize it sucks to lose in the first round. I get it, but it's still a good year. Ohio State clearly wanted him. Ohio State's got a lot of money. This just in. A lot of money. Lamont did what any other coach would do, and that is, you've got leverage. We've seen Dawn Staley do this every few years. She takes the administration over a barrel, threatens to leave, and they pay gobs and gobs of money to retain her. And I don't think anybody's got a problem with that, right? So here's Lamont Paris, the SEC Coach of the Year. Carolina doesn't have many of those. One of the finalists for the National Coach of the Year. Did you want to lose him to Ohio State? Over what? $1 million a year? Over a couple million on the buyout? You'd be laughed out of the job if you did that as the AD. So you do what you have to do. Carolina's not cash poor. You gave him the contract that he had leverage. He earned it. And you gave him a subsequent deal that made every bit of sense. And if you look at where he ranks compared to the other coaches in this league, Lamont Paris isn't in the top. So why would you be pissed off about that? You want to be pissed off about the season, be pissed off about the season, but the contract itself doesn't make any sense.
It's because of this. It all kind of filters down, Mike, to like what fans' daily entertainment following their favorite sports teams. Coaching changes are fun. If fans were wanting to fire coaches, there's a lot of good coaches that would have been fired mid-season.
Right.
And I think it gets back to ultimately sports is entertainment. People want to be entertained. They want to follow coaching. They want something new. They say, I'm tired of this guy, tired of the season, tired of losing, whatever. It filters down to that, but there's layers to the feeling. First of all, Well, the Will Muschamp buyout has lived in infamy around here, right? And I want people to consider the Will Muschamp buyout. First of all, South Carolina has paid approximately one buyout in football in 30 years. Compare that to the rest of the SEC and get back to me. Yeah. Who's similar? Georgia, maybe, but they bought Donnan out. Number two, it happened in the middle of the pandemic where there was a big $75 million hole in revenue. Did South Carolina stand still say, no, we're just stuck with Muschamp? No. They got rid of him mid-season. Did it cost anything? Did the baseball team have to bus to Texas A&M? Did the pep band not get sent? Because that kind of crap's happened around here 20 years ago, right? No, that didn't happen. Beamer took a smaller salary, but that's not why he was the choice for the job. Had they fired Muschamp the year before, it would have been Shane Beamer, Billy Napier, or Scott Satterfield. And the three people in the mix for the job were Shane Beamer, Billy Napier, and Scott Satterfield when they finally did it. So all in all, hanging that over Ray Tanner's head is ridiculous.
That's a great point. And you and I have talked about this. That buyout was a 12.7, something like that.
Yeah.
That's chump change. That's not even half of what Gus got paid in his buyout when he was fired. Tennessee is still paying multiple fired coaches in their buyouts. Sam Pittman and Billy Napier, their buyouts last year were to the point that they were, I mean, Billy Napier's was, 30, 40 million. Sam Pittman's was high. So, that's just
nothing.
That's nothing. This is the SEC. You don't sweat a $12.5 million buyout. That's baked into the contract. When you want a coach in this conference, you don't get to bargain down the buy. Well, I'll just give you a $3.5 million. Oh, okay, I'll take that. No, Jimmy Sexton would laugh you in the face.
And look, Mike, South Carolina's is kind of fair. It's 65% of the remaining contract, and it goes down every single day you're on the job.
Right.
It slides down. And I think that's more than, when you look at the other buyouts, Auburn paid all that money during the pandemic, by the way, to get rid of Gus and hire Brian Harsin, who they then turned around and had to pay off, and all those high-priced assistants. And then they turned around and hired Hugh Freeze, who was not cheap, who was getting paid well at Liberty.
Right.
So you want to talk about just, I know guac is extra type of spending.
How much guac does Tennessee pay it for?
Tennessee still pay. But Tennessee one time, I think, had 6 coaching changes in both revenue sports in 3 years. So.
And you know what? They still had enough money. They went ahead. They got their guy, who, by the way, the fans didn't want, and that was not their first choice, because it rarely is. And it's obviously worked out pretty well. Nobody cares now about the Jeremy Pruitt debacle, the Derek Dooley debacle. Need I go on? The Champions of Life debacle. A lot of debacles in Knoxville during that time.
Think about the fortunate hiring up there, too. Rick Barnes falls in their lap because Texas was just kind of through with him, and he's actually been better there than at Texas. And then Tony Vitello got turned down by his alma mater, Missouri, and Tennessee just well, come on, whatever.
We'll take you.
Now they've won a national championship. All right, Mike. Get us out of here, and we'll see you later.
Always enjoy it.
JC and Morgan on Friday with Dan Wetzel.
Dan Wetzel going to break down all this nonsense going on in the ACC, and lawsuits finally coming to an end. I think in the end, the ACC won is really the moral of that story. Although Clemson, Florida State, they're going to be getting a bigger piece of the pie. It's not going to be like an SEC 16 equally sized slices. This is not mini, summer camp rules where we all get the same amount of orange slices and pizza slices. No, they're going to do things differently over there. They kind of had to. But that'll be Friday. Mention again, cut.com, to Cut the Apple app. Also the website, kutt.com. Invented and run by a couple of South Carolinians. We'll have some fun with this during March Madness. I'm sure we'll do a little bracketology challenge of sorts. Maybe give away some fun prizes and whatnot. And as always, we come up with these fun little wagers that you can have with your friends as well. For example, How many first-round draft picks will come from Carolina in the upcoming draft? Will Lenora Sellers be first or second team All-SEC quarterback? These are the kind of things you can just have fun with your friends, listeners, co-workers, whatever the case may be. Sign-up bonus, Gamecocks, 10%. I will leave you with that, and I will leave you for the second hour, hot and heavy in the recruiting arena. Guys, enjoyed it.
Appreciate it, Mike. We will see you later in the week, and we will see everybody else at the end of this break.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Wil made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Wil Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Are back, ITG The Show, for the second hour of the show today on a Wednesday. I almost said Thursday. I'm glad I remembered it's Wednesday because it's dance night and I have to take the girls to their dance classes tonight, and I did not want to forget about that and try to start cooking dinner or something. But hey, speaking of dinner, Wil Crowe and friends are heading out to Arizona, I think now this weekend or whatever, and actually hooked up with Chef Wil Turner, and he is going to be preparing some food for them while they are out there. So awesome there. Looking forward to being able to taste Chef Wil's food for myself, but happy that we were able to hook him up. Wil with one L and Wil with two L's there to find some good eats for him and his friends out there in the desert. All right, where do we want to shift gears to here, JC? You want to dive into the new 2026 rankings?
Top 247 is out.
Yeah,
for the updated one. There's some familiar names. I am having trouble writing notes on it right now, but because I stupidly forgot to look. But the list came out at noon. I had a pre one, but there's some last minute changes, as there always is.
Oh, really? Even from okay, good. Yeah. Here, well, let me pull up the.
So I've got the guys right now that are in the top 50 that I'll begin the discussion. Nobody committed to South Carolina's in the top 50. surprises me a little bit with Jazavian Currents and how well he played because juniors can now play in these national all-star games. A lot of seniors are already at school now. So Army and Under Armour have underclassmen. That's why Donovan Murph was in the Under Armour game, even though he's technically a senior. He was in it before. That's why you had, Jazavian Currents playing in what's now the Navy All-American Bowl was the Army, the one in San Antonio. Sponsored by Adidas. All day I dream about sushi.
All day.
That's my stepson's thing with Adidas, but it was something else when we were in school. But anyway, old Gen X, man, we didn't mess around. So, yeah, Currents is ranked relatively high, and of course, he's committed to the Gamecocks. But the highest rated player, and again, I went through this and wrote it. So if I'm missing somebody, let me know. Is Rodney Dunham, the defensive end for Myers Park, and South Carolina has a crystal ball in for him from Hale McGranahan, and Hale says follow the visits, and so he's good. Now I'll say this: I've been saying this for a while. I think it's going to come down to Tennessee and hopefully South Carolina. The Vols have been doing really well in Charlotte, and in North Carolina in general. They got the number one player in the country committed to them, and the quarterback Faison Brandon, who has a last name, or Faison Brandon, who has a last name for a first name and a first name for the last name. Because if his name is Brandon Faison, and it's like Spencer Lanning.
It is, and Lanning Spencer. That's
Spencer.
right.
Oh, Lanning Spencer. oh, Brandon Faison. But I guarantee you Spurrier would do that. So I Tennessee's one to look out for, along with all the other teams that are going to recruit him. I mean, he's a top 15 guy, but has been to South Carolina a lot. The 21st ranked player in the country actually announced an unofficial visit to South Carolina on March 17th, I believe. Darius Gray, offensive lineman from Virginia. Now, I'll say this: Lonnie Teasley and Sam Searby and all the folks that recruit offensive linemen at South Carolina, they're quite good at their job. They have been all over this guy. He's been in Columbia a whole lot. Phil, I've mentioned this before. Is he one of those where I think, maybe sometimes what happens is a player is very high on a certain school, and everybody's like, oh, he's going there. But then sometimes things heat up and a fork happens. There's a fork in the road, and the player either goes one way where he still continues on his trajectory and ends up committing, or he's just a little bit more open and all hell breaks loose. And most of the time you don't get that guy. It's called I call it the closing. I used to call it the portal closing, because in my mind I was the portal, like remember the old Dungeons and Dragons cartoon?
Yeah, right.
Or Land of the Lost, where they went through the portal. You got to jump in the portal while it's open, right? Yeah. But now portal means something completely different. I would confuse the heck out of everybody. So it's the window closing, and I don't know. I don't think South Carolina's window's closed with him, but he's not on the fast track to a commitment as maybe I thought 6 months ago. But he's really, really good. He can play guard. He can play tackle. He's not a freaking guy that's 6'7" like most tackles, but he can step out and play it. Kind of reminds me a little of AJ Can. Yeah, that's no-brainer, athletic, probably interior guy, but could slide out. So he's 21st. He's from Richmond, Virginia. Dunham, of course, from North Carolina. 29 is a big-time corner who's going to visit South Carolina. Kari Adams from Maryland. Carolina's in it. Maybe Oregon, I think, would be a team to watch. Torian Gray's been all over him. It's not one that I think I'm looking at going, South Carolina's, boy, they're really, it's not like Dylan Stewart. But I do think South Carolina's in it, and they have a reasonable shot to get the kid. And again, he's one of those 6'1" corners and all that. And then 46 is Aiden Harris, another defensive lineman from Charlotte. About 6'3", 260 right now, built a lot like Tonka Hemingway. His brother's also a defensive lineman, a little smaller guy. I think they're from Weddington. Carolina's really made up some ground with him. Ohio State's in the mix. Keep in mind, most North Carolina kids, if they don't go to the hot team, right, Phil?
Mhm.
And the hot team was North Carolina when Mac Brown got back to start with, and then they cooled off. And I'm talking about the no-brainer blue chip guys. NC State's made a living off actually recruiting guys from North Carolina that are better than some of these guys that go elsewhere.
Right.
It plays out that way over time. North Carolina, and thanks to Chris from Nana's Porch, who sent me a text earlier today, the population of North Carolina is supposed to hit 12 million. There's a lot of space up there too to fill it up, unlike South Carolina. So as the population grows, your football talent grows. So they got players all over the place up there, but the top guys either go to the hot school. So right now the hot school is Tennessee, right? Or it's like brand nuts, crazy brand, Ohio State's, Georgia's, places like that. What Carolina's trying to do is kind of be an insurgent a little bit to work its way back in. I think getting Brian Rowe and Donovan Darden and Trayshawn Austin and some of those guys last year helps kind of set the tone. And because South Carolina did finish second to a lot of players there for a while up there. So Aiden Harris is now in play. Imagine if they got Aiden Harris and Rodney Dunham. I mean, we're not through the top 50 yet. And I think there's a realistic chance they can. Don't know that they will. Realistic, though. And so that's top 50. Number 47 is Landon Duckworth. And he's probably going to visit. He's still keeping the Gamecocks warm. They're still recruiting him. I just don't see it right now. Maybe I'm wrong. I think when you talk about Florida State, I mentioned Gus Malzahn earlier. When he decommitted from South Carolina, Phil, he was going to UCF.
Yeah.
To play for Gus.
Yeah, it's still listed 75-25 UCF on 24/7.
Yeah, they need to fix that. That's crystal ball, so they need to fix that. Come on, guys.
I figured that's where these percentages were coming. It was like crystal balls.
I may throw one in for FSU just for poops and giggles, just to kind of get that fixed.
Muck things up a bit.
But look, I'll say this about Landon Duckworth. Number one, he's from the state of Alabama, so obviously Malzahn has not been gone for too long. He's got a reputation there for. And number two, his skill set and then in the ACC, my God.
I know.
In that offense. And Gus needs like we've talked about Lamont Paris needing the type of players that can run his system in basketball, in football. Gus Malzahn needs the right type of quarterback. He can't just roll anybody out there and be as good. He's got to have a guy that's got wheels. I thought KJ Jefferson would be better last year, but he looked like the Cuba Gooding Jr. character in The Great White Hype.
Yeah.
A little
old and slow is what
man.
So
is that BJ Mack out there playing quarterback for them? Nothing against BJ Mack, boy. I missed him this year, but he kind of looked like a BJ Mack out there playing quarterback. But
how's KJ's perimeter shot?
Yeah, no doubt. So, but he needs that type of guy, and he's got the relationship with him. And then the other school in the mix is Ole Miss and Lane Kiffin. And you got the quarterback development that he's done. And keep in mind, Mississippi's one state away. South Carolina's two.
Yeah.
And that still matters. At Ole Miss isn't forking out a bunch of money for high school players, but for a quarterback, I think they would. So I'm not confident about Landon Duckworth landing back with the Gamecocks. And the one of the main reasons, too, I'll say this. I said it on coffee. It's very rare that a guy commits super duper early, decommits, opens it back up, and then goes back at the end to his first team he's committed to as his stock rises. Jared Curtis could very well end up at Georgia when all is said and done.
Right.
But his stock was already high. Landon Duckworth nobody had ever heard of him, when he committed. Turns out he's really good, but it's just, I don't know. Maybe if Carolina does get Landon Duckworth, hallelujah, because he's really, really good. He's absolutely agree with his ranking being in the top 50. So we go on down. Dun, dun, dun. And here's Jazavian Currents, committed to South Carolina. He checks in, Phil, at number 53. 6'3", 205. Could play all over the secondary. I talked about the next Nick Emanwari. Here's a candidate for that, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, little development, little weight room action there, and you very well could get that. He looks pretty athletic. I was going to say, what kind of athleticism are we looking at, or how much can you actually know about athleticism for high school recruits? Like, is he a two-sport athlete? What's his story?
Yeah. He's a South Point defensive back.
Which, in and of itself, yeah.
His athleticism's off the chain. Hey, my guys are actually they're at the media thing today where they meet the new players.
Oh,
I think I'm looking at Boaz Stanley. Well, that Joker's got some guns. My goodness, Nick Sharp, boy. Oh, whew. Anyway. This is when JC's like, oh my God, don't get too excited about the eyeball test, sir. Anyway, but yeah, Kreger in the Nana Sports chat box says the Currents is my guy, and he is, dude. He's the number one player in the state.
Yeah.
He could go even higher. I kind of pondered if Nick Emanwari being as good as he was would cause some subconscious, rising in the rankings. He did rank. He rose 15 spots, but he's the 5th ranked safety. Let me look and tell you who's ahead of him. I guess this kid Jet Washington from. I'm going to say this. I'm going to go out on a limb. Nick Emanwari. Jazavian Currents will be better than Jet Washington if both stay at safety at the college level. I may be wrong. Watch Jet Washington win the Heisman. That was a defensive player. I need something to be worse than the Drew Tuizama take, Phil.
Yeah, well, that's.
So I'm trying
true.
to. No, I don't.
Fresh bad take. That's
outside of DeMarco Murray, Bishop Gorman kids. It's a school out in Las Vegas, by the way. Are consistently. Remember that quarterback they had that everybody thought was great. And he ended up doing nothing. Outside of DeMarco Murray back in the day, I just don't see it with Gorman kids and not going where you go to high school. It's a great high school program. Where you go to high school doesn't mean you're not going to be very good. There's schools that have higher bust rates, but I think they're kind of falling in love with the 7-on-7 thing there. That's I don't know. But I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing right there. So yeah, I think Currents is probably better than some of the safeties ahead of him. You go on down. Who else is next? I'm looking through this. A lot of this kid Brock Harris from Pineview, Utah, looks like Carrot Top.
I saw that. Yeah.
Carolina's offered Bryce Perry Wright, the defensive lineman from Buford, Georgia. I don't think they're getting him. Here's a kid from Chicago that I know is pretty good. I'm looking through the list real quick, but as you can see, Currents is the highest in the state of South Carolina right now. And so that kind of tells me he'll probably remain, high in the state, number one in the state. All right, here's the next one. Pro Anderson, Contavion Anderson from Dorman. 6'2", 190, so a good size safety. Now, Currents is a great football player at the high school level. If you're just saying football player to football player, there would be a big debate about this, Phil. South Carolina's recruited him extremely hard. Clemson kind of came late to the party. Clemson was his favorite school growing up. I don't know that the Tigers won't get him. It's going to be a battle. But, Marquis Anderson grew up liking Clemson at the same school, and Blake Franks as well. And the Gamecocks just had such a lead by the time Clemson did anything with them. That's fine. I think Clemson probably offered in time. And so it's probably going to be a war. Here's somebody to keep an eye on too. And I don't know if this kid, maybe South Carolina gets him. He's from Lee County in Georgia, where Carolina's gotten some players before. Lasiah Jackson, cornerback, 6'3", 170. Number 122, by the way, Contavious Anderson's 118, 122. Noah Clark, defensive tackle from Durham, Jordan, who will be visiting South Carolina officially. The Travian Robertson's been all over him. Number 125 is Brady Smigel, quarterback, who, if you want me to put money on it, Phil, he's probably the quarterback that will end up in this class. I'm not confident on Duckworth for the reasons I mentioned. You know, Jared Curtis eliminated them. To me, it'll be Smigel or other. So we'll see if an other pops up anywhere. But certainly right there in the 125 range, it's been good. Samari Matthews checks in, player from Charlotte, another player they're battling the Tigers for, big-time cornerback out of Cornelius Huff, a school that's produced a lot of players. So he's up there. And then 149, drum roll, please.
Oh, look at that.
I keep calling Anderson Pro. It's Polo Anderson.
Polo Anderson.
I've done that 17 million times.
Wonder where he got that nickname.
I don't know. Polo Anderson. That sounds better than Pro Anderson. Polo Anderson rolls off the tongue. Polo JC. Polo. I'm so mad at myself for saying that, Phil.
It's okay.
I'm going to kick my own butt after we get off the show.
See, that's why you don't deal in nicknames, though. That's the.
I usually don't.
Right.
I hate nicknames, but his nickname is out there all over the place, and
right,
you know. And I wrote Pro Anderson one day like a moron. So, nevertheless, okay. Julian Walker, 6'6", 230-pound defensive end from Dutch Fork, checks in at 149 overall. Shout out to Hale McGranahan for getting this guy in front of the evaluators at 24/7 Sports. His dad, of course, is Jamil Walker, an assistant strength coach at South Carolina. Great relationship with the Gamecock staff, and the Gamecocks are in pretty good shape early with him. He's going to visit some other schools, though, so check all that out on thebigspur.com. Hale has kind of the list of where all he's going. So there's the second South Carolina, third, so top three in the state. Just to review, Currents 1, Polo Anderson 2, Julian Walker 3. Julian Walker is, of course, his dad. So, you know, I think that's a pretty strong top three in the state. There are some players I could make a case for otherwise. So, you know, we'll see. We'll get to those here in a second. Here's somebody from Mount Carmel. My buddy Kenny loves Mount Carmel in Chicago. Claude Mapoma, 6'7", 308-pound tackle. He was talking about this kid the other day. Mount Carmel's pretty good. Rodney Colton Jr., who's not coming back to South Carolina. He checks in at 235 in the top 247. Ebenezer Ewatade from South Garner in Garner, North Carolina. The Gamecocks offered him recently. Don't quite know where they stand. He's toward the end at 241. So who are we missing? I could make a case for 2 in the in South Carolina right now. Maybe more. Well, I can make a case for 3. And there's some networks that have Jamel House, Carolina's tight end commit from Newberry, up there with tight ends. I don't know. I mean, I watched his sophomore film and I was like, holy crap, this is sophomore film. So yeah, it's kind of unbelievable. I don't know, you know, I don't know how they do it. I'm looking at this guy from Dunlap, Illinois, Max Suter. I like him better, certainly. Oh, here's another one from Mount Zion, Illinois, J.C. Anderson, not worthy of the name. A kid from Iowa. Hopefully these kids are those classic good Big Ten. So Jamel's down at 24th per 24/7 Sports. There's 23 tight ends ranked ahead of him. But per composite, he's 12th at tight end and a 4-star prospect. So I can make a case for him. Zion Giles or Gillies or the kid from Carver's Bay. Let's just put it that way, Phil. offensive lineman, a lot of offers. I could make a case for him. The one I could really make a case for, though, is Tamarian Watkins. And in the state, 24/7 has him behind the quarterback from Gaffney. Maybe that guy's got upside. I'll have to watch. You know, I mean, people were surprised Lenore Sellers was ranked ahead of players too when he was this age. But man, Watkins' stock is going up. He's 6'4", 200, tall, lean, will hit. I mean, he's good. He's a freak like the others. So those are the guys I could make a case for being higher. Maybe not even included in the top 247, maybe just as a 4-star. And then Zion from Carver's Bay, he's 6'5", 280. He's a tackle, right?
Yeah.
And they do have him ahead of Jamel House from Newberry. Tilden Riley, a tight end from Orangeburg Prep, is 11th, which is surprising, ahead of Desmond Green and Anthony Baxter. That's very surprising. Desmond Green's another player. I don't care how big that joker is. He can move. So can Baxter. And then Trey Aiken being an 85. I don't understand that at all. I'll have to go watch his film to see what they're saying. They got him behind a linebacker from Orangeburg Wilkerson and a corner from Bowling Springs. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a couple of guys I've never even heard of. He's kind of behind.
Yeah,
that's interesting. Yeah.
That's fine. Just send him to Carolina.
Yeah, just let him fly under the radar, and we'll take him.
Radar.
Yeah, we'll take him.
All right, so Nana's Porch chat box. So that's the update on the rankings. I don't have many complaints other than and I'm kind of assuming in a lot of ways. I assume this guy would be, but I haven't seen everybody. You know, if I watch film and compare, maybe I can. But a lot of these guys I've told you guys are underrated, you know, are based on I'm like AI. I've learned from trends in history and then make a determination.
You've assembled it from all of this data. Yeah.
You know, maybe. And I'm sure if I saw these guys in person, I'd be different. But I'm just like, oh, well, you know, this guy's going to be pretty good. And I've usually been right individually. People get mad at me except for with Drew Tuazama, but he's a portal guy, not a high school guy. I'm not talking about portal guys. I'm talking about high school guys. Yeah. They usually work out, but I don't know. It's if the team's not good, no matter what I say about an individual player, I'm full of it. We were told
Gilmore, is he any relation?
No,
okay,
not related. So anyway, I think that's the Queen of the Cock says Polo is going to be a dog, but Clemson's all over him. Yeah, South Carolina's been all over him longer. So
yeah, let's hope longer works there.
Yeah, stronger, longer theory. That's a real theory. The stronger, longer theory.
No, I know. That's why I said it.
I came up with it.
I learned that from you. Yeah.
Thank you, brother.
Speaking of things that people stole from you, did you hear Dabo's thoughts on the spring game?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. I was like, well, I've heard that before.
I said that this morning. I'm like, I guess I'm getting older because I'm finding myself agreeing with Dabo Swinney more.
No, he stole that from you. That's not an agreement. He took that from you.
Well, I mean, I honestly am freaking astonished by this. And I can't believe some media people are putting it out there. I mean, I don't know what Brad had. I missed Brad's segment today, but I'm like, if I'm competing against you and you want to take my spring game film and try to take my players, great.
Yeah.
Right. Because I'm not playing my good ones very much, and you're not going to learn much from it.
No.
I'm going to play the guys. I'm probably going to put some guys out there that A, need the reps because they're not very good, or that B, I'm planning on running off. You know,
right. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, let's have some. If you know, for Matt Rule to say there's that level of gamesmanship. I mean, you're not in the NFL anymore, bud.
I know
where everybody's good, right? I mean, you have some dog do on your roster still. Everybody has dead weight. I don't know. Spring game, man. Yeah, look like. Please take whoever. You know?
Right. Yeah, my third string, whatever. Yeah, you'd be. Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
this is nothing against those guys, but dadgummit, Tyshawn Russell and DJ Braswell look good in the spring game. We talked about them all offseason because of it. Yep. They did not play a down and redshirted and left. Didn't play at all, Phil.
No.
At all.
No, Russell was more surprising, I guess, than Braswell there with Sanders and then the transfers coming in. But yeah, it's
crazy.
I mean, I don't know. You gotta. Matt Rule was given like 2 weeks, right? He had this like 2 weeks where he was completely on it. In the media. I mean, Josh Pate interviewed him. The national media picked it up. He's got this, hot new theory, and now it's just gone.
Yeah. Tommy chimes in and asks about the softball segment.
We talked a little softball in the morning, Tommy.
Yeah,
actually.
we talk about it. I may watch the games this weekend. I'm curious to see the Roman Empire of college softball, if you will. Because if Carolina gets good at this sport, like they are in women's basketball, I'm going to start really showing my ass about the College World Series being in Oklahoma City every year. They're right. The Sooner Nation that loves softball so much, I'm going to be just a tyrant. I'm going to lead a revolution when it comes to that because I think it's grossly unfair. They don't have the damn women. They didn't have the women's Final Four in Hartford. I guess they did have it in Hartford, Connecticut.
Yeah, it was like they used to. There was always a home cooking, like not just clothes.
That's like moving the College World Series to New Orleans or San Antonio,
right?
or LA back in the day.
Yeah, the College World Series should be in Hoover.
Yeah. We're going to play the national championship game of college football in Birmingham, Alabama every single year.
That's right.
All right. I want to remind everybody about purchasing coffee to support NIL. Man, that portal window for men's basketball is coming up. So we got to get some cash in the coffers. Go to GamecockCoffee.com to support the Garnet Trust. Also, there's delicious cocky corn.
Yeah, I'm ordering one of each over the weekend. I'm looking forward to it.
Sweet, dude. We're looking forward to having that order. But most importantly, please spread the word about this. Yeah, it's one of those things you got to. It's kind of like the fundraiser where the kids selling wrapping paper. The more you tell, the more your kid's going to do. Help me get that prize. Help me get that pizza party for my classroom. GamecockCoffee.com. And the Queen of the Cocks is super excited about that. Me too. And Wayne in the Nana's Porch chat box says, JC, can you tell us who all the red shirts were? The folks that red shirted last year? Absolutely. I can at least go through the class and do it. Obviously, like Tree Bob Alade got a red shirt. But we can go through that, Wayne, if we'd like. Bobby chimes in, dude, our softball team is a good watch. Ladies grind and it's fast paced. Yeah, I don't mind watching softball.
No, softball it's fun.
I'm not making. I mean, the more sports people care about, the better it is for us. So we don't have to talk about the same thing every day, and I don't have to write about the same. And my website can cover different sports and be happy. So,
and if one falls off, then somebody else is there to pick them up.
Pick it up.
Yeah, listen. Yeah, let's go.
Hopefully, the baseball team learns how to hit the ball between now and tonight. Didn't think that was stellar yesterday either.
No, it was not. No.
I was happy they got the win because they were going to lose. But, man, digging into Davidson baseball a little bit, that team's donkey. they almost lost. Anyway,
with 2 innings with bases loaded. Unfortunately, in one
twice,
of them, you were able to get 5 runs.
Do something. But step in. I know you can't step in front of a pitch anymore. Like you can't. Because they'll
call you out.
But dude, do something.
Do something.
Jeez. Some of those were just like what Krager says. Dorian Thompson Robinson, the quarterback. No, it was the other guy that went to Ohio State, and he went to Miami, and he was a 5-star. From Bishop Gorman, Las Vegas, 5'11" kid, dual threat guy. Is a kid that went to Ohio State, Craig. I can't Google it in front of me, but we'll do that. But yeah, Wayne, we'll talk red shirts when we get back. Again, don't forget about GamecockCoffee.com. We'll wrap things up. It's been a nice, brisk show today, Philip.
Yeah, man.
Thanks to Mike Morgan again for coming on with us. We'll be back after these messages to wrap it up on the show.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more. Welcome to Palm Casual Patio Furniture. Because we are the factory, Palm Casual has the ability to offer the highest quality outdoor furniture paired with world-class service. Since 1979, our factory showrooms have done our best to make the buying process as easy as possible for our customers. Our understanding of the many factors that go into your decision has helped us create our 30-day trial period that increases the level of comfort our customers feel during the shopping experience. Visit us in Somerville, Mount Pleasant, Myrtle Beach, and Bluffton, and online at palmcasual.com for our products and out-of-state locations. Go Gamecocks! Welcome home. That's what the Gamecocks say, and so does nationally recognized the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com, thebarndominiumco.com.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
We are back, everybody. Welcome back. Final segment of Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Just got a picture of Nick Sharp from JC there. Yeah, I mean, my man's ripped. He's got some guns.
Dude, he's 6'2", 340 pounds and played 700 snaps for Wake Forest last year.
6'2". Well, you know, a third of that weight is in his it's in his upper arms. My man, you do not. This is definitely a guy you do not want to take a punch from. Let's put that. Let's just hope his feet are as good, you know, half as good looking as its arms.
Alexa played "Meet Me Halfway" by Kenny Loggins. You know? I mean, that's over the top, right?
Over the top,
you know. So I just, oh God, it's playing it.
Yeah,
my Alexa literally just started playing "Meet Me Halfway." Dude, that's a banger.
Across the sky.
No. For those who don't know what the hell we're talking about, there's an arm wrestling movie with Sylvester Stallone in it, who I meant to bring up with Mike.
Which is funny, yeah, because we did have that on.
We had Stallone on the list to talk about today,
but not from that movie. But
not from Over the Top, though. I need to ask Mike what he thinks about Over the Top.
I wonder. I hope he's seen that. Sure.
Oh, dude, he has to have seen.
Man,
it.
yeah. I mean, Mike's a movie guy, right?
I'm gonna throw that out with Luganbill next time he's on JC Morgan as well.
Right.
I'm curious to see if he's heard it too. All right. So, but yeah, it's
still going.
The Alexa comes on. Like I didn't mean to. The speaker's right over. Anyway, Alexa, stop. Hopefully it stops. Anyway, meet me halfway. Across the sky. So anyway,
truck driving, arm wrestling,
dude. That's a great movie. Isn't Robert Loggia in that movie too?
I think he is. Actually,
yes,
he's the grandfather. He's the mother's father.
Robert Loggia. God, my favorite Robert Loggia. Obviously, Scarface was Frank.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Wally Riggendorf from Necessary Roughness, the defensive coordinator. I don't even know the character's name, but he was a general in Independence Day and has the best line ever. Give me the Secretary of Defense. Then wake him.
Then wake him.
Really good in that too, and also in Over the Top.
Oh man, yeah, listen, one of the
anyway.
I don't know. I can't think of what it is. It's it's a John Candy movie with Eugene Levy, but he's good in that too. He plays plays like a union leader. It's so funny. If y'all haven't seen that movie, I wish I could pull it up. That's all right. I'll find it. But yeah, definitely one of those B comedies that should be mentioned. And I was thinking about during our John Candy discussion yesterday.
That was awesome. Bobby,
Armed and Dangerous. Armed and
Dangerous.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. He is in that.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby asked probably a question he knows the answer to. Is Craig, have you seen Over the Top? I'll die if Craig hadn't seen Braveheart, but has seen Over the Top. It must be the soundtrack.
Yeah.
By the way,
give him a Loggins and Messina, and Craig's in. Craig's all in.
Yeah, dude. The quarterback we were talking about for Bishop, I was talking about was Tate Martell. Thanks, Krager.
Yeah, Martell
on that one. Okay. And yeah, I got a Tate Martell signed with Ohio State. I got his text from somebody that was working at another school. They're like, that kid has serious issues, and I'm like, he's 5'11" and runs 4.8 and is a dual threat quarterback, yet he's a 5-star. I'm curious if he's got off the field issue. I don't know what they were. Maybe it was just that he was a smart aleck or too confident or something. You never know. However, I could have said that. Sure enough, that kid never played it down. I think he even went back to UNLV when they were bad and didn't. Maybe he played there.
Wow.
I mean, he went home again. So, all right. So we aim to please. And my man Wayne wanted to know who all redshirted last year out of this class. And of course, guys like Tree Babalade got the red shirt last year. And Ja'Kai Moore, obviously, he's getting on up there and, he had an injury and things like that. But out of the 2024 class, which I'm still pretty high on.
Yeah.
Wendell Gregory, they got moved to edge. Cam Pringle, Kelvin Hunter, Jalewis Solomon, Matthew Fuller. By the way, for those that aren't good with the names, Cam Pringle's an offensive lineman, big-time recruit. Kelvin Hunter was a 4-star safety out of West Florence. Jalewis Solomon, a big-time corner. He played nickel some this year out of Schley County in South Georgia. And Carolina flipped him from Auburn. That usually never happens. Matthew Fuller, running back, played for Jabo Shaw, Connor's brother in Georgia. Dante Reno, the quarterback, redshirted. Mason Love, the punter, kicker, redshirted. And David Bucci, I have him on my list, but I'm wrong about that, Phil, because he played every game on special teams. So I cross him off. Not David Bucci. But
Blake Franks, though, he was the other one.
I should have written down Blake Franks.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Greenville. You always remember Blake Franks, right? But yeah, Blake Franks redshirt on offensive line. So we'll see. I think that's good. I mean, it was only a 15 or 16 person class from the high school ranks or junior JUCO. They signed one Simmons. They signed Simmons last year. He never made it in, and they're not going on him. But it wasn't a very big class to begin with. But he, to be able to redshirt, well, how many is this? 6, 7, 8? That's pretty good.
Yeah.
You redshirted half the guys, and then the other half, check this out. And not to mention Aaron Nolan, Justin Okoronkwo, and Jalen Brown are now, you may as well have just signed them last year. But check out these dudes that are this. I'm going to harp on this for a long time. This 2024 class is significant, Phil. It's
it really is.
The portal guys, I mean, out of the portal last year, they got, and I know this guy isn't a pro, but Delvon Campbell saved the day against Missouri. He's already gone. Gilbert Edmond played some at the beginning of the season and was good. Robbie Ashford helped them out quite a bit early on in the season when Lenoris was getting ready. Kamar Bell started every game. Davis Bevel, I wish he was back just because of the leadership he showed. Was really happy he ended up getting a touchdown. Torricelli Simpkins is going to be drafted. These are just the guys that have left. Bagali Kamara, wish maybe they could have gotten on the same page and he would have redshirted because he's another fast linebacker. Oh, Demetrius Knight Jr. He's pretty good. Kyle Kennard, pretty good. Rocket Sanders, pretty good. DeAndre Jules, pretty good. And then coming back next year, Jared Brown, Oscar Attaway, Jawarn Howell, Brady Hunt, Gerald Kilgore. By the way, Gage Larvinan's gone too. I wish he'd have stayed healthy.
Between Larvidan and Campbell, I wish we could have seen entire seasons of those guys healthy because had they stayed on the field consistently, it would be we would not have been finishing the season with, who was the number one? Did you have a guy emerge? Because one of those two guys could have definitely emerged, and that would have only benefited Nick Harbor in the long run, having two solid guys on the field.
Agreed there. Aaron Parks, I feel bad for him. He came in. He was probably going to be a backup at tackle, but he ended up blowing out his knee. And he's gone in the portal now. Monkel Goodwine's back next year, and Monkel's going to be probably a starter at D tackle. I thought Buddy Mack was done, but he's still on the roster. He came in as a Davis Bevel type as a walk-on, but was on scholarship at Pitt. Buddy Mack's a Burns High School product, so very happy and proud of him. Vandrevius Jacobs is back and another portal player. So if you combine all the inbound players, including the guys that came in 2025 that were 2024, that's a lot of talent from that era, that period or whatever that will help this year and in the future. It's a nice core. And rankings or no rankings, 8 of those guys that played are pretty good regardless of their ranking. So I think that's it. So Wayne says he loves all those names. He believes they will be good. Krager says, if I had to forget one person transferring, it would be Jerron Willis.
Had to predict. He corrects it. Predict.
Oh, predict.
Yeah.
I wrote about Jerron Willis today on the Big Spur, and my butt got tight because I was like, did he transfer and I missed it?
Oh, no.
Jeez. Oh, Krager. Killing me. Krager also mentions wide receiver being a low-key problem with injuries. And it wasn't that they were like on offensive line where you're losing guys for months at a time. It would be like one guy would have a good game and then they're dinged up and won't play. Jared Brown especially was that way.
Yeah, Jared Brown, Vandrevius Jacobs. I mean, they all did.
Jacobs at the end, just when they were getting going, and you have to kind of get going. Certain types of players are very rhythm based, and they have to kind of get into a groove. That's the case in a lot of sports, but football, it's not always that way. Some guys can play and then come back and they're same guy. I think Lenore Sellers, the more he consistently strings games and reps and things like that together, the better he is.
Yeah.
The layoff before the bowl game, it happens to a lot of teams, but I think for him specifically, I think he sort of overthought it a little bit. And he probably needs to find a sweet spot with the running versus passing thing. Queen of the Cocks in the Nana Sports chat box. So Craig says he predicts Willis would transfer. I don't know. They're awfully thin at linebacker, but he's 254 now too. I thought that was an interesting weight. So we'll see what happens with him. I think if you're looking player for player, Phil, Jerron Willis, his skill set's just like Bam Martin Scott's. He's not going to play as much as Bam Martin Scott. He's not going to start like Bam Martin Scott, but he's that kind of pass rushing linebacker, kind of in the Brad Johnson types. And Clayton White, there's always a place for a guy like that, especially if I could see a scenario where when they do go to the 3-man front, which I don't think they're going to do a whole lot of this year, not when you have 6 on the edge, unless you're standing him up, maybe you do that.
Yeah,
but
the athleticism at linebacker gives you some ability to maybe put a guy down in there if you did want to get some big bodies in there on the line. But
Tri-State mentions it too. When they went to the 3-3-5, he played and kind of rotated with Bam Martin Scott at the third line. When you put a third linebacker on the field, I think that's his role, and all that. But I also wrote on the BigSpur.com today that the first 2 that go out there for spring ball probably going to be Fred Johnson and Jerron Willis, because guess what? They're the only 2 coming. Colin Bryant's on scholarship. He's an Alabama transfer that was a walk-on out there and went to Wando. Shout out Jamie Bradford.
Yeah.
And so that's the deal there. The Queen of the Cocks says mine is Pringle. Talking about who would you predict would transfer out. He's too good not to play. Same with Tree, but I think Tree will play guard this year. Tree is one of the best 5 on the offensive line. And I'll say this, the Queen of the Cocks. I'll be honest with you. There was probably a period of time during the season that I thought Tree would probably. I just had that gut feeling, but
I thought they would slide him in for Bill, who was. I had to point at somebody from last year who was the underperformer, would have been Kamar Bell on that offensive line.
Yeah, I don't want to say he's a weak link. It was just like sometimes that left side, when you have a true freshman over there and then Bell, and they didn't cross train. So you really couldn't flip ball over there to start. I'll just say this, just leaving Kamar Bell out of it because he came to South Carolina as a senior and started every game. And
I mean, I'm not, talking any.
But I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice, and not that I'm hiding anything. I think everybody can see that, the offensive line in general needed to get a lot better. But I think if you have Tree and Josiah on that side, on the left side. Tree played so well when he came in for Thompson at Vandy and then played the whole Missouri. Played so well against Missouri.
Yeah.
I've heard from some contacts he's one of the best linemen on the team. And I know there's people out there dreaming of them moving him to right tackle to start for Case and Henry. I just don't see that happening. So, and Josiah Thompson's got a lot to work on too. He's got to get stronger. He got to stay healthy, all that. What I would do, and I said this earlier, I would cross-train Tree and say, Tree, you're the starting left guard. But if something happens to Josiah Thompson, you're the starting left tackle and somebody else can play guard. Because Nick Sharp, who the gun machine,
right?
Is
who looks good coming off the bus, right?
So now I have this whole feel. I'm like, today I said, well, on the right side, pencil in Henry at right tackle, and then Trevon Ball on offense. Because I've said, you got to kind of wonder a little bit, about players getting better if some of these guys go into their 3rd year who were highly touted aren't starters. And so I was like, well, Trevon Ball will start. And as far as who walks out there first, I think Brubaker will be at center. I think Marquis Anderson will be at left guard, and I think Trevon Ball will be at right. Then Henry and Thompson, or if they don't put Marquis, maybe Tree is a starting left guard. But that's just what they do to start with. It's really more of a operational thing because you have to have 5 to go out there. Everybody's going to panic.
Right?
Why are they first team? You have to. How do you determine? Who's and they do determine it sometimes based on who's been lifting weights and stuff like that. But after seeing Nick Sharp, I don't know, man. Do I change my mind based on a picture?
No. And you know why? And I'll tell you precisely why. Because of what Strick said yesterday about the importance of the actual bench press to an offensive lineman. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter how many reps you do. If you can't get leverage and get under a guy and all of that other crap, it doesn't matter how big your arms are. You're going to get your ass beat.
I saw some film on Sharp blocking Peter Woods from Clemson last year, and that, I mean, I didn't see every matchup. I'm sure Peter got the best of him a couple, but man, I don't know. I think it's kind of freaky if you're that big, and he's big. I mean, he's got a gut like me. Maybe not that big, but a big. I mean, he's to play 700 snaps, and be good.
And he is. This is his final year. So
Nick is. I thought Nick was. I thought they all had 2 years.
Oh, I thought Nick. I don't know. I'm just going. Yeah, because Nick's listed as a redshirt senior, but that means he probably gets a COVID year if he's still, because this is the last year for COVID years.
If he was on a roster in 2020, he wouldn't be a JUCO because he went to Wake Forest. They don't take JUCO. So if he was on a roster in 2020, he's got another one.
Yeah, I know. Stanley's got another year. He was one I was like,
hey, Newsome may have 3 because he was a JUCO guy. JUCO,
right? Yeah, that's right. If they settle that JUCO thing to where, God.
Dang it, Phil, there are folks out there that really think Rodney Newsome Jr. is, outside of the program that are familiar with him. They think he'll start at South Carolina, no problem. So maybe you do have an entire portal interior, but I got to think Tree will start somewhere.
I do too. I mean, he's so athletic. He played well. I mean, it's.
Or maybe maybe they do move him to right tackle to compete with Case and Henry. Maybe, would you do this? Would you move Josiah Thompson to right tackle for a year? And bump Kaysen back and start Tree at left?
Well, at least you got a known quantity over there.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not, 6'5" is not short, don't get me wrong, but he's, you usually think 6'6" plus over there on the tackle side. But
yeah, that's
his athleticism more than makes up for what that 2 inches is you're losing in Josiah. And then you'd have, what though, if you, because when you think about that, JC, that would, having those 2 guys at tackles means you've probably got your 2 most athletic offensive linemen on the field at the same time. And then throw in Trovon. I don't know. I just it's exciting that we finally get to see these guys that came in 2 years ago in that highly touted offensive line class finally be able to show what they've got on the field.
And I think some people will be concerned. They'll be a little concerned if. I mean, I even said something about it. I'm like, you're getting all these offensive linemen, and almost. Initially, my thought was, well, why can't these guys? Initially, I was like, why can't these guys that you recruited, that were highly recruited? I mean, this is their 3rd year. They should be able to step in. Well, then I looked at the numbers and saw if they don't get anybody out of the portal, they're only going to have 11 offensive linemen, and 2 of them are going to be, or one's going to be a freshman, or 2 are going to be freshmen. And then so that takes you down to like 8 guys that have ever played. And so I totally understand that. So that's A. And then I started looking at the fact that these guys they brought in don't have just 1 year left, and I'm pretty sure all of them have at least one more year, with Newsome having 3, but maybe I'm wrong about Sharp. if somebody has only one more year, I think they have kind of the inside track to start.
That's what I was looking at, is these transfer guys, like who's this their final year, because more than likely they've been brought into play. Think Gargiulo,
Gargiulo, Kamar Bell,
Simpkins, right? Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, all I know is this: I hope that the offensive line is better. That's all I got to say. And it's 1:04, brother. We got to get out of here.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Damn,
look at that! Top of the hour just blew right by me.
Top of the hour to you.
Let's fire up some Gamecocks Go.
Yes, the outro music and get it going.
Yeah, I love it. That's great. What are we looking at? I don't know. Late night Gamecock show tonight.
Yeah, don't forget late night. There's a tailgate talks. They interview Joe Connolly, who was assistant strength coach and a strength coach here at South Carolina under Steve Spurrier. They love that guy. He's out at Arizona State and went in the playoff this past year. That's a tremendous interview. You can catch that on the Chief Sports app. Also, their YouTube channel is Tailgate Talks 547. They need people to obviously hit that button and subscribe. It's absolutely free. So support Steven Garcia and Pat DeMarco and their show. We appreciate that. Late night Gamecock show tonight with Matt Anderson and the pride of Hampton County, Alex Jones. And JB will be out at the ballpark in Charleston with Joe for the Gamecocks and Citadel tonight. First pitch is at 7. Don't lose to Citadel. Go down there and hit the ball, man. Please.
Yeah, let's have an offensive explosion tonight.
I don't like feeling I missed the first. I was scared. I was afraid to turn it over to the I said I wasn't going to talk politics today, but I'll just say I watched the speech last night.
I didn't watch it. Yeah, I
you should probably watch it.
I know, yeah.
Don't watch it with your wife.
No, right? I know.
She may get a little salty about it, but I would. It's entertaining. I'll just say it's one of the most entertaining, probably. Dare I say, the most entertaining speech to Congress since December 7th, 1941, a day that will live in infamy. if you're just talking about entertainment value, dude, it's probably up there with that. But anyway, I didn't want to. I don't make me not flip it over when you're playing Davidson in front of a bunch of empty seats on a cold night, because I'm worried you're going to lose. I'm joking, man. They don't owe me anything. The team doesn't owe me anything, but that's what kind of pressure you put on everybody out here when you're not hitting the ball. It's like,
especially
I can't disconnect from sports right now and go do my hobby because I'm worried you're going to lose to Davidson because you leave the bases loaded twice. But maybe getting out of town and going down there and
I think so. I mean, you get used to being at home. I don't know. You just get them down there at the Joe playing in a minor league park, although they did not have a good showing in a minor league park up here in the upstate, but we won't talk about that anymore. But got to find some answers and need to hammer those down in the next 5 games.
Yeah. The Queen of the Cocks mentions violent hands. That's good.
Yeah.
That's a good defensive line deal. Violent hands. Very proud of you on that one. And then he says he wouldn't move Josiah Thompson. He did good there last year. He will only get better. Yeah, he's got special talent. So, like I said, a lot of the things that happened to him last year in a negative manner will be cleaned up with experience. It's kind of great on a curve with true freshmen. Yeah. All right, Phil, get us out of here, man, and everybody have a wonderful hump day.
Yep, we are out. Got more programming coming up later with Late Night Gamecock Show. JB will be back tomorrow at 10. JC and I back here at noon to keep the conversation going. And for the rest of you, enjoy the rest of your day. Things are clearing up here. The rain should be gone in Charleston. And y'all have a great evening. Go Cox.